I'm Seamus. Thank you so much for coming.
You've got a great cause worth fighting for. I couldn't wait to get here. That said, I expected, well, more people?
So far, there's only the two of us.
But we're highly motivated.
Well, it's a start.
Some people I knew already were dear friends of mine, like little gray cells, and just my stupid opinion.
Lots of interesting things. This is absolutely abominable, and the RCMP are really in the shit here, and they know it.
Hi, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here, but I think it's time that I needed to speak up.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
Something to watch on TV, horror movie. You shut it off, you go to bed. We can't shut this off. Every time we close our eyes, the horror movie turns on. So I know for myself, when I close my eyes, go try to go to bed, picture my parents being shot.
Trying to piece together a story that seems so unbelievable.
Let's have a look at this. I'm going to pause it periodically, and I'm going to try and not lose my shit because I was really angry. Really angry. I'm getting really pissed now. I'll preface this by saying I'm strongly urging all of the victims in this, the victims' families, to launch a class action lawsuit against the RCMP. And I would just love to have the RCMP under discovery. I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure a lawyer would too.
Canadian Mounted Police and their stories. Stories of their courage. Stories of their lives filled with hazard, romance, and adventure. The RCMP story this week, Gunslinger.
Oh my goodness, how many windows do I have open? Sound? Some sound? Can I get something on the sound? Good. Okay, there we go. All right, well, we'll run through again. Michael DePaul from Ohio. Howdy, howdy. We've got Lynn. Hello, and Cindy. Cheryl Clark joining us. Good stuff. And Linda M. Nikki Lewis. Ms. Grandma. Hopefully the hearing's okay. See, maybe it was Grandma's hearing. That was a problem. Was it? Nosy Scotian. Okay. Yes, how could I start without the sound, right? That would be about right. Clownadian News. Hello. Ugly. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Excuse me. Robert Thomas. Howdy, howdy. 5-5 with Bobby Grace. Good to see you. Clownadian News. Okay. How's everybody doing? It's been a little while. Still here. I'm still watching. Still doing things in the background. I have other things going. I will be NS44. Howdy. Good to see you too. Tara's in the house. Hello, Tara. Happy 2023. I got, well, it's probably covered in coffee as per usual. I got some new mugs. I got some Valentine's mugs too. But do you like this red truck came up like so many times this Christmas. I got a Christmas card with a red truck. I got some kind of box with the red truck with things in it. And then I got this red truck, all from separate people. I don't know. Maybe I'll be buying a red truck. Red's not really my color, but everybody have a good Christmas. Gary. Holidays treat people well. Nova's getting a bit come. Oh, here we go. Come. People want to say hello. She's getting a little fatter. She likes steak and bacon and all that good stuff. Okay. Unlucky day. Jenga continues. Timing. There's a couple of reports due out very soon, and well, I don't know. That's not working out so well. Okay, so I'm going to bang through just whatever articles are out there, and you guys can give your feedback. Timing is everything. There's no Kelly May. Hello. There's no coincidences in life. Also, just before I get into this stuff, I've been in the process of doing that for a long time. I will be going over to Rumble at some point here, because there is some other stories that I'm working on. One in particular, that's YouTube is not going to be happy with, and I'm not very happy with YouTube anyway. I haven't been for a long time. Like, they've squashed this channel for years, so it's time I go somewhere else. But I'll keep you up to speed on that. But the other story I'm working on might be of interest to some people. Might be. But it's very big. Christine W. Okay. MCC, yes. The reports. All right, so let's start off with CBC's. RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki is stepping down. While Top Cop has faced calls for her resignation, she says it's a personal decision. We've already had it updated in the last 22 minutes. I noticed that some of the articles, I haven't read through them. I'm going to do this with you. But I did see some articles just that I clicked on and they were updated. So I don't know exactly what's changing. Something maybe. RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki has announced her retirement and will be stepping down from the job next month. Does she take the shower curtain with her? In a statement, Lucki said that she made a personal, quote unquote, decision to leave the post. Oh, this was not an easy decision, as I love the RCMP, and I have loved being the 24th commissioner. I am so incredibly proud to have had the opportunity to lead this historic organization and witness firsthand the tremendous work that is being done each and every day by all employees from coast to coast, right? Sound familiar? They like this coast to coast to coast. Remember when I went through Bergerman's family? Mm-hmm. And internationally, she said. Ukraine, very big, corrupt old Ukraine. Lucki, who was sworn in April 16th, 2018, I think it was kind of pointed. Anyway, said that the National Police Force has made some, quotes, some great progress. Must be the thumbnail I put. I don't know. Is that the 150 nonsense? Hopefully that will be going out the window too. In the meeting, the expectations of Canadians, communities, and policing partners. Her last day on the job will be March 17th. Productive relationship with embattled RCMP. We should read through these too. RCMP clashes with its watchdog over Mounties' decision to taser veteran in medical implant. Lucki says she's working to convince federal government to keep controversial neck hold. Okay. It has been a challenging year for the outgoing commissioner, who has been pursued by allegations of political interference. Oh. No, there was none of that going on. Where was the other half hour of that call? I think Breen has that. Brian Breen. I always say we pronounce it Breen. But anyway, and mixed reviews of her performance in front of public inquiries and commissions, complete with shower curtains and dishonesty. She ended 2022 facing calls for her resignation from multiple sources, including opposition conservatives and a provincial justice minister. Lucki's response to the federal government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act in response to the convoy protest has come under attack and was cited by Alberta Justice Minister Tyler Shandro as a reason to fire her. Tyler. No, not a hero. Tyler is not a hero. One only needs to look at the staged baby handing incident at a party a few years ago when he was health minister. Quote, she failed to inform the federal cabinet of all law enforcement options available prior to the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act, Shandro said in the November statement. Lucki's announcement has come just days ahead of the anticipated release of the Justice Paul Rouleau on the Commission of Inquiry of the use of the Emergency Act, which of course was going to be handed out early, right? I think we got a 2-week lead start on that one with Trudeau. Probably takes 2 weeks to read. Well, it's going to take longer to read that, but he got it. He had the first dibs before it would come public, until people cried out about it. Lucki insisted she has, quote, accomplished a lot, end quote, with senior executive team and RCMP employees, including modernizing the force and addressing internal challenges, also allowing people to wear rainbow pins and such. I'm so proud of the steps that we've taken to modernize, to increase accountability, address the systemic racism. Oh, do I still have that quote? I wish I had a partner here, and then they could just dig through. I do have the quote, the Matt quote on the systemic racism. Do all you them remember that? The Matt? The systemic Matt. Ensure a safe and equitable workplace and advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, she said in a statement. Quote, I leave knowing I did the best and take comfort that the RCMP is well placed to shine in its 150 year. I hope that goes in the toilet, the communist plan. Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino thanked Lucki for her years of service. Quote, from training new recruits as a depot to becoming the Mountie's first woman commissioner, she has dedicated her life to keeping Canadians safe, end quote. He tweeted, quote, Commissioner Lucki has led the force for nearly 5 years, navigating through the and beyond. I want to thank her for her partnership and dedication. Yeah, that was a disaster there too. Mendicino said the government will now begin the process of appointing the next commissioner. Conservative MP Glenn Motz said he attended courses with Lucki during her policing days. Quote, I think she was well-intended and unfortunately became probably overyanked around public safety by the minister and this government. And that's unfortunate, he said. You know, I wish her well in her retirement and I thank her for her service. Disposable political appointments. That is just RCMP, nothing at the top, but total political nonsense. NDP public safety critic Peter Julian wished Lucki a happy retirement, but said issues of systemic racism and a lack of accountability were not adequately addressed during her tenure. We are certainly hoping the federal government takes care to ensure that the next commissioner deals with these issues and that the RCMP finally starts finding solutions to these problems. Lucki faced some criticism in 2020 when she told certain media outlets that she was, quote, struggling, and quote, to define the term when she was asked about systemic racism in the RCMP. She later said that she believes systemic racism exists in the force. Let me see if I can dig that up. Where's that going to be? Probably in here. Okay. I bought some more hard drive space and RAM for my Christmas present to myself. Now I have too much, way too much to deal with. Okay. Matt. Oh. I had it. Racist. Maybe I don't have it. That would be unfortunate. I do have it somewhere. Matt Logan. This is sad. That was one of the. It was so funny. The racist Matt. I'm like, no. Okay, I'll find it some other time. When Lucki was appointed in 2018, she vowed to rid the force of a toxic workplace culture, but she warned it would take some time. At the time, she said, an unhealthy culture has been deeply ingrained in the RCMP over decades, and changing attitudes for the better will require patience. She took the helm after her predecessor, Bob Bolson. Criminal Bob. Well, military charges. lied on the application. That's a problem. Delivered a historic apology to female officers and civilian members as part of a settlement in a 2-class action lawsuits for harassment and sexual abuse. Right. In her statement, Lucki cites a website outlining the key areas where the RCMP. Okay, so this is going to be the 150 goop. Yeah, this is a 150. Oh no. See the 5-year plans in here. It's just unbelievable. If anybody hasn't read through this. Stay away from it. Dangerous. Ensure an safe, equitable workplace to prevent workplace harassment and discrimination. Address systemic racism that affects employees in diverse communities served by the RCMP, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous people by building trust and respect and acknowledging past harms, supporting modern policing with evolving tools, those spy things like they do everywhere. Tech is toilet. Improving accountability, transparency, and conduct of employees, ensuring consequences are, quote, meaningful and rehabilitative, quote. Okay. Well, Peter, hello. Caper, Deborah, Strawberry. Okay, Terry has not nice things to say. Okay, Solvers Society. jail with no pension. All right, so let's get to the next one. I did my best. Brenda Lucki retiring as RCMP commissioner. I did my best. CTV News also updated, I believe. Yes, okay. So have to update. Who knows what exactly is changing. Brenda Lucki retiring as RCMP commissioner. Derp. She has the derp face. Embattled RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki is stepping down, saying that she is leaving, knowing that she did her best. In a statement announcing what she calls a personal decision, Lucki said she has decided to retire after reaching 5 years in the role. Her last day will be St. Patrick's Day, 2023. Terrible day to pick. They like picking days. Very significant days they pick. Horrible. This was not an easy decision, as I love the RCMP and have loved being the 24 commissioner. Lucki said, I was so incredibly proud to have had the opportunity to lead this historic. Okay, so this is obviously a paper statement. Lucki's departure comes after rocky tenure as Canada's top Mountie and amid uncertainty over whether her 5-term would be renewed. As commissioner, Lucki has been in the hot seat for on a few occasions, really like a whole bunch of them, running interference for certain governments, like a lot of political interference, many investigations, but can't even run back checks on. I don't know. What was there? There's a certain minister. What was his democracy, the former women's status, fucking balls. They couldn't even figure out where they were born or what year. Okay. And this move comes just ahead of the release of the Public Order Emergency Commission report and the federal government's use of the Emergency Act. And, of course, what's going to be else is going to be coming out. Right. That's a massive shitstorm you guys got down there. During commission's testimony from Lucki and others, as well as through documentation made public as part of a massive inquiry. Massive. Don't you know? People texting back and forth with each other, hi-to-roonies, footsies going on under the table. Yeah, it was great. And of course, the documents. The documents, don't you know? You want to see, okay. You want to see a massive inquiry? And it's vaguely familiar in many ways. Not to get sidetracked, but this is very interesting. I'm not going to say anything. This has to be the biggest inquiry I've ever seen. 8 years worth. Makes Nova Scotia look like, well, yeah. 8 years. 4 commissioners before they finally got it settled. And I'll tell you, the shit they're burying. Oh. Anyway, I'll go there another day. Okay. That is an inquiry. And dirty. And exactly the same document style, you know, the numbering system. COM 000. They do the same shit over there. Funny. It came to light that Lucki, on the massive inquiry, felt that officials hadn't used, quote, all available tools to dismantle the, quote, freedom convoy, end quote, protests, but did not adequately speak up to address these during a key meeting prior to the invocation. She's too busy having her people bring her up to speed, and then, of course, that would just be bad news for her position. She was also challenged repeatedly over how the RCMP handled this little thing. The 2020 Nova Scotia mass shooting, and faced related accusations of political interference, all based on lies. It's not bad enough to just victimize the families over and over and over. Better ride on their backs too. In 2020, amid conversations around defunding the police, Lucki faced calls to resign after saying that she struggled with, quote, 5 or 6, end quote, definitions of systemic racism. She quickly acknowledged the National Police Force Service history of racial discrimination. In a series of tweets reacting to the news of her coming departure, Public Safety Marco Mendocino, blah, 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 blow some smoke. Lucki, who joined the RCMP in 1986, was the first permanent female commissioner. Check the boxes. Very important. That's how you get up. That's how you get up the food chain. Remember that email I read a few times? You have to do certain things in the RCMP if you want to go up the food chain. Aside from doing all the things that everybody wants you to do. Prior to taking the helm, she worked as the commanding officer, RCMP Depot Division in Saskatchewan. She didn't do a very good job helping one of her underlings. Went on to murder somebody because he was at his wit's end. Appointed by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Lucki took on commissioner role in April 2018. She came into the job pledging to build a more diverse RCMP amid staffing crisis and members still grappling with issues of discrimination, sexual harassment, and misconduct. Well, she's leaving, and it's in far worse shape. Nobody really wants to join except Trage. And lots of great people leaving. Good job. During her first appearance as commissioner at the House of Commons committee, Lucki was swifty to respond after male Quebec Liberal MP wanted to know how a, quote, lady, end quote, would, quote, tell the guys how to behave, end quote, a remark he later apologized for. In her Wednesday statement, Lucki said she thinks the RCMP has made, quote, some great progress, end quote, when it comes to modernizing the force, addressing, quote, internal challenges. Those the mental challenges of certain people. Quote, I'm so proud of the steps we've taken to modernize, to increase accountability, address the racism, ensure a safe and equitable workplace, and advance reconciliation with Indian peoples. You can wear pins. Don't worry. You can wear the rainbow pin. I leave knowing I did my best to take comfort in the RCMP is well placed in shine. 150. Mendocino said the federal government is now choosing, okay, we will be searching for an exceptional new leader who will keep our communities safe while advancing reforms necessary to maintain confidence of all Canadians. Those must be those dusty reports, the ones she never reads, like with the recommendations and stuff, the ones that fucking cost how much? Globe Mail. Updated. Robert Fife. I like Robert Fife. Oh, are you not gonna open for me? There we go. We'll do this one then. Want to be sneaky? Beleaguered RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki is leaving. Updated. Her post as head of the Mounties. Public statement, she'll be leaving March 17th. Separate email distributed to the members of the RCMP Wednesday. She told them it was, quote, probably one of the hardest ones she ever had to write while in the force. Did she even write her? Oh, Cameron Ortis. I liked how his lawyer got appointed, eh? That was kind of nice. Great timing. She told her fellow Mounties she'd spent months pondering her career. I wonder when that started exactly. 28 minutes worth of tape. Maybe before that. Maybe Nova Scotia. Yeah, wellness meltdowns going on. Yeah. This is scribe. I can appreciate that you need, one at these kind of massive levels, you do need a lot of people to help you, but she's too busy going off and running around doing parades and finding shower curtains and doing the bidding of others. S&C Laughlin. She told her fellow Mounties, I love the RCMP, and I've loved being your commissioner. I've spent much time in recent months reflecting on what this opportunity has meant to me. Oh, internally. She has just absolutely wrecked the RCMP from inside. So divided. Back in November, however, Commissioner Lucki, who has dealt with a series of controversies that has put Trudeau government on the defensive, said she did not want to step aside. Her 5-year term would have come up for renewal in March. In her message to the RCMP, she did not express regret about her tenure, but acknowledged, quote, of course there are things I could have done differently. It's like when they use those words, nuances, and it's a complicated one. I can't really answer that. Just a yes or no. No. Then you know that you're dealing with liars. But she continued, irresponsibility. This is the problem. Quote, I leave. I did the best and take comfort in the RCMP being placed, okay, for her 150 goop. This is her legacy. Her legacy is a wrecked force and all kinds of political scandals. She told the force that she had been uncertain about when to step down. Quote, the decision to retire was not an easy one. I wonder if it was helped along. And I've been conflicted about the timing. I've never wanted to be seen as running away. And I know there's so much more to do, but it's my time. Not a high note. Not a high note. Globe and Mail reported last November, citing 3 unnamed senior government officials. This is much better report. Much better. Behind a paywall. Behind a paywall. Sad. Unnamed senior government officials that federal cabinet was dissatisfied with her stewardship of the RCMP. They pointed to what they call her poor communication skills and mishandling of major files. Such as the Nova Scotia mass shooting. What was she worried about? The guns. Guns. Great emails. Great emails. Oh, and then also, could you send the details of what happened? The Emergency Act and systemic racism within the RCMP. Oh, and fashion sense. Sorry, I wish I could get all of your comments over here. I just occasionally glance over here. That's great. In her letter to the RCMP, Commissioner Lucki said the last few years, okay, well, hopefully that obviously will get cleaned up, have been hard for policing. And she suggested she did not always speak her mind in the face of public criticism. Quote, to say the last several years have been hard on our profession and on you is an understatement. Oh, this is good. This internal email to other officers. I'm going to have to keep my ears peeled here because I expect I'm going to be getting some phone calls. I know I did get one. So, yes, hard on you. Who's making it hard? I want you to know that I've always been on your side. I praised you and your work to anyone and everyone. I advocated for you and defended this organization with as much courage and heart as I could muster, she said. The Brenda in me had to take quite a few hits on the chin at times when I needed to stay quiet. And not engage the noise. For those of you who know me well, staying quiet is not always my strong suit! Exclamation mark. But I thought what was it? What was the quote to do with the phone call? That she was disappointed. Oh, that other half hour. But I swallowed the pride and tried to do what was best for the organization and all employees. I'm surprised there's not a my employees, in here. The pride. Commissioner Lucki was called as a witness at both the Nova Scotia mass shooting inquiry and federal inquiry into the use of Emergency Act in Ottawa, where Justice Paul Rouleau reviewed Ottawa's unprecedented decision to invoke the Emergency Act to end a rash of protests and blockades against pandemic measures. Didn't fit the criteria. Illegal, I would say. What Commissioner Lucki did and didn't do during the convoy protests was a key point of contention during the Emergency Act inquiry. I see a couple of comments there. Pride cometh before the fall. Ah, wow. Yes, victimhood, very important. Very important. And you can wallow and you can say, oh, it wasn't my fault. That's not responsible. That's not how a leader acts. It's not how an honest person acts. What Commissioner Lucki did, and didn't do during the protest was a key point of contention during the Emergency Act inquiry. During testimony, Commissioner Lucki couldn't recall like certain people down in the Twitter meetings. They just don't remember. Ray up. Just don't remember. I can't answer that. I don't know. To the best of my knowledge. Couldn't recall key meetings during the protests. Said she didn't understand the roles the Emergency Act could play. Well, question, why are you in charge again? And was unable to explain comments from meetings and text exchange in which she participated. I'm not sure, is that senility? Perhaps she needs some help. Asked in November why she couldn't recall many of the pivotal moments leading up to the Act's invocation, Commissioner Lucki told reporters that there were a lot of meetings and, quote, it's easy to confuse one meeting into another meeting. Scribes, that's why there's notes. She has a team. Do you remember how she talked about that? She mentioned that. How out in the audience at the Nova Scotia Commission, there was a team, right? She has a team. So if she can't recall something, that's why there are people who take notes. And they record everything anyway. So don't ever believe bullshit. Yes, Jenga. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, oh dear. what is worth? I live in a very different world. I really do, but I can't. There's no price on integrity. There, it just is none to me. I can't see, and I go through all kinds of different stuff all over the place. I have been for many years, and it's outrageous what people's prices are. They cost nothing. Like to sell your soul. Yeah. I'm not saying that here, just saying. It's easy to confuse. So she guess she can't read the notes on that. Must be right up there with the binders of recommendations. One of the meetings that she misremembered. What is this? What is this? These new words in our lexicon. Misremembered. Was chaired by the Prime Minister on February 13th. Huh? No, I don't. I guess I don't know. It just doesn't seem like like I can't see it. I can't. I'm sorry. I always say everybody has a price, but I just can't see it. AKA, otherwise known as. No, there was no justification. Didn't fit the criteria, right? Misremembered was chaired by Prime Minister on February 13th. Her prepared notes for the meeting included her assessment that the police had, quote, not yet exhausted all available tools in the toolkit in existing legislation, but she never relayed that at the meeting. So she knew, where was it? Somebody put something about she knew when to shut up. Those of you who know me know that I don't know. I just can't speak up sometimes. But I can yell at you other times, make you cry. The commissioner was also embroiled in controversy over her handling of the Nova Scotia mass shooting. After the massacre, she was accused by RCMP subordinates of the province of pressing them to release information. Pressured by whom? About the type of weapons used to assist the Liberal government's gun agenda. Has this ever been addressed? Other than just kind of, we'll reschedule some meetings and, sorry, that's gone through. Sorry, it was all based on a lie. When the officers declined, they said she berated them. I thought it was disappointed. And that the Commissioner Lucki said that she had promised the Prime Minister's office that the information would be released. Lee Bergerman spoke to that. Several people spoke to that. Those allegations led to parliamentary hearings in which Commissioner Lucki and the Emergency Preparedness Minister, Blair. Can I get some drunky emojis, please? Were called to testify about possible political interference. The commissioner later denied that she was under political direction to release firearms information. But she acknowledged she felt an imperative. Thank you. Thank you, Binks. Imperative to get more information to the public as quickly as possible. Those emails are abhorrent. I don't know. The media has never really adequately addressed that one. The order of things that she's concerned about, and it is in the emails between Ottawa and Nova Scotia, the order of things that she's concerned about is wrong. Very wrong and disgusting. When the Prime Minister named Commissioner Lucki as the country's first permanent female commissioner, very important, strong, independent, whammons, she pledged to, quote, challenge assumption and ensure that, quote, no stone will be left unturned, end quote, in dealing with the issues of discrimination, sexual harassment, and misconduct within the force. In her Wednesday address to the Mounties, the commissioner recognized the size of the task and that she felt herself she set for herself all those years ago. Vision 150. Did it have anything to do with policing? No! Change is a big word, isn't it? Yesterday, I got an interesting message from somebody to do with JTF2 and the collapse of JTF2 and the federal government's going in there and messing up military stuff too for woke agendas. It was a very good interview. Sad. This is nothing to do with defending countries or policing adequately. Total horseshit. Just like I was at the store the other day. Again, I'm not saying that this is not, that there are not women that are capable of this job. There are women that are clearly capable of policing. But there are many women that are in there that are not. And that is true. And there are guys in there, frankly, soy boys that shouldn't be there either. But you have, when I was at the store the other day and I saw a little pretty lady, and I'm not a misogynist, there's no fucking way she could handle herself. And that's why she had a big dude with her. Policing, that's two policing of people taking up one car. Why? It's resources that are, you're trying to, for what? For what? Bar is open. The bar is open. I missed something here. Sorry. Robert is on fire. Blair knifed her like, okay. Poor Lucki ends up slumped over. Like Janice Lee. Janice Lee. Okay. Sorry, I'm lost on that one. Shalom. There may be certain jobs that women can do, but not in charge of the whole show. I don't know. I mean, this is behind a desk. Again, behind desks, these career-long policing, it's not good. You need people who understand the system. And there were 4 people, I think, in front of Lucki. 4 in terms of seniority. Just a pointer. Oh, I see. Thank you. I'm not a great. Pink was my worst category. Always is. There's my Achilles heel in the Trivial Pursuit. Wonder it's pink. Rip 319. Evening. Yes, of course, it's a rotating door. Good point, Todd. Yep. Rotating door. They've got this cycle down pat. Bureaucrats, in and out. Hey, retire from the CDC, FDA, go into pharma. Come on over to CDC. I mean, like, it's just the same shit. It's just a joke. And then we'll set up some new positions over in the RCMP. Hey, let's just invent a title. Sure, why not? I'm the directorate. I'm the directorate general. Who are you? I don't even know. So let's see internally. This is going to drive. I am going to see for sure. I think there'll be a Pete Cross. Pete Cross, of course, talked about how she was going to go way back when. He wrote a good article about that in her Wednesday address, but he'll have some good stuff. To address the Mounties, the commissioner recognized the size of the task that she had set herself for all those years ago. Okay, so this is what she's saying to the troops. Change is a big word, isn't it? As commissioner, I was asked to modernize and address the internal challenges. This was a significant mandate. I thought it was for you. You did this. She set for herself, but you were asked. Isn't that a contradiction? She said, quote, with the support of the senior executive team and all of you, we've accomplished a lot. So I'm proud of the steps we've taken to modernize Vision 150, to increase accountability, address systemic racism, racist mats. Can you give me an example of systemic racism? Yeah, some people can't jump over a mat. I don't think mats. No, I don't know if that's racist. Can you talk to Gail? Gail can answer this one. Do you guys remember that? Gail can answer. I can't rate. And of course, you've got Gail. And Gail was Jenga. Boom. To modernize, to increase accountability and arrest systemic racism, ensure a safe and equitable workplace, advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and ensure frontline has necessary equipment for training. But the commissioner floundered when she was forced to contend with systemic racism, as Black Lives Matter protests forced a reckoning around the world in 2020. That's inclusive of masks. I'm not exactly sure. Social distancing. No. A series of videos appeared to show the Mounties using excessive force against Indigenous people. Anybody see that in the documents down there? There was a CERT document about that. I wonder if I can find that. Who was the fellow that got, well, he didn't get beaten up now. That wasn't it. He didn't fight back? Do you guys remember who that is? I forget what his name is. One moment, see if I can find it. Who was the person? Can somebody help me with who the person was that was in Great Village, where there was a fight? It happened right after the shooting. Does anybody know? I don't think that's my rumbles. No, I don't know. I'd have to go and see. Does anybody remember? His name. I forget his name. It'll be under his name. It was pretty damning. All had to do with Fort McMurray. Okay, so good. Couple people know. What was his name? Great Village, RCMP fight. Seriously injured. His wife left a Facebook message. Okay, it was June 17th, 2020. So this incident, officer seriously assaulted while responding to unwanted person call in Great Village. You guys remember this? June 17th? A member of the RCMP received serious injuries while responding to a call about an unwanted person in Great Village. Tuesday, Force says, Nova Scotia RCMP says that around 5:30 they responded to 2 calls from the same address along Highway 2. Police say one was regarding threats and the other was about unwanted person. While the RCMP was responding, speaking to the complainant, the man began assaulting the officer without warning, striking him several times, causing significant injuries to his face. Wednesday, the police officer say that the officer tried to de-escalate the situation by using a taser, but was not successful. Okay, I don't know about that part, but the police say that the suspect tried to take the taser and the service pistol. He then threatened to shoot the officer and barricaded himself inside the home. No one else was inside the home at the time. Additional officers, as well as crisis negotiator, responded to a home a short time later and surrounded the area. Negotiator. Now let's see if we can get his name. Can somebody try and come up with that for me? His wife left a message. It was, and then there was a CERT report on it. Anyway, if you guys can somebody can come up with that, maybe I'll root that out and read over it. No, he didn't fight back. That was the thing. He was afraid to because of the systemic racism issue that had come out because of Fort McMurray. So that's June 17th. And the Fort McMurray chief, and that's Barish and Barish lawyer, the chief. Remember the tape about that? Fort McMurray chief assault. RCMP. Alan Adams. This story? Oh. RCMP dash cam? Why has it gone to the bottom here? See? The date? So because this came out and there was such massive stuff in the media about this, that was why the officer didn't fight back. He's a big guy, and he didn't fight back because he was worried. And he said, "I don't feel supported at all." And the CERT report on it was pretty damning. If somebody can find that, I'd appreciate it. 6 Indigenous people were killed by officers, police officer, Winnipeg, New Brunswick, none of it in just 3 months. At first, she disputed the notion that systemic racism exists in her organization and said she was unsure of what the expression meant. Maths. Days later, she abruptly changed course, acknowledged that systemic racism is part of every institution, included the RCMP included. What other? There was who was that assistant commissioner who came out? Also had some words on this, and he changed his tune very fast too, because he would have been on the carpet. And vowed lead positive change in this critical issue. Yes, the chief is Chief Adams. It's the other fellow. I'm trying to remember. The officer in Great Village who was involved in the altercation, which really wasn't too much of an altercation. 2020, an independent report by former Supreme Court Justice Michael Bastarash found a, quote, toxic culture within the force and tolerated misogynistic and homophobic attitudes. Conservative public safety critic Raquel Dancho reacted to the news of Commissioner Lucki's exit. Interesting. Let's see what she has to say. Calling on Minister to leave his post as well. Quote, for misleading Canadians about political interference and pressure he and his government placed, end quote, on top Mountie in relation to Nova Scotia mass killing. Quote, one of the responsible parties is stepping down, but that does not exonerate the other. Now it's time for Minister Blair to do the right thing and resign, says Miss Dancho. Too true. Okay. Much better an article. Let's see what National Post has to say. Not an easy decision, RCMP Brenda Lucki will retire in March. Her turbulent time at Top Mountie included the worst mass shooting in modern Canadian history with illegal weapons. The COVID-19 and COVID protests, at least they're not, what was it? Occupations. Finally, they're at least talking somewhat decently now. Christine Diane is the Mountie's wife, so I'm assuming his last name is the same. It's not ringing a bell, Karen, but I probably have it. Maybe it's on her Facebook. There's been speculation about Lucki's future as she approaches. Go away. As she approaches the end of her 5-year term. Her turbulent time at Top Mountie. Is this Canadian Press? They always just recycling garbage. In a release statement, Lucki said she's proud. She leaves. I think we've already been through this one. More to come. The Post Media outlet. Post Media, who's got everything. Let's see what the Red Star has to say. Is this Douglas Kwan and Red Star? No. Okay. RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki announces her retirement just days ahead. Days ahead of Freedom Convoy report. They're really downplaying the Nova Scotia thing. Both of them are equally serious. Matt Doan, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I see. Okay, so yes, Karen, thank you. Thank you, Karen. Diane, I'm sorry, I misread that. I was like, okay, let's see if I can find it. Because that was an interesting write-up. Let's see here. Oh, come on. Oh. There we go. Let's have a little look at this. Sorry, it wasn't the SIR report. Sit rep. Anybody want to do anything about that sit rep still? Anybody in the media? Anybody? Sit rep? Pretty serious stuff. Really serious. You guys have criminals down there potentially running your police forces. Sit rep 2020, June 18th, day after. Blank, serious assault, Bible Hill, to advise the commissioner about an issue that has so commissioner, right, Lucki, about issue that is a result of serious assault against blank of Bible Hill Detachment and statements made by he and his spouse regarding the commissioner of the RCMP, senior leadership of the RCMP, and the Prime Minister. You guys ever seen this? This is COM 0064521. Good little thing. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what you guys are writing here. Excellent point. Don't mention Nova Scotia when they talk about mass shootings. They don't want to discuss C-21. Ah, yes. Good point. Good point. Let's not bring that up. That would be dangerous. Would be dangerous. Issue blank received serious injuries as a result of altercation. He hesitated to act. Okay, that's very, very key. And second guessed himself due to concerns that he would not be supported by the RCMP or the government and would be criticized by the media. Okay, and that is due to the Chief Alan Adam, and the tape. Interesting, the lawyer he has too. Okay. Wherever the fuck that went off to. Now I had the article somewhere. This is why this came about. On the heels of Nova Scotia, right? This is dangerous stuff. You cannot have okay. A dozen times. Is it a dozen weeks? My Lord. Major can of whoop ass. That CERT report. Ooh, and a lot of wow, that's a lot of whoop ass that's going to open. RCMP dash cam shows officer tackling, punching Chief Alan Adam, right, at the casino in Fort McMurray. And because of this was why Matt Doan reacted the way that he did. Hesitated. But let's listen to what things he says. Background. Blank attended, Matt Doan attended blank, a location in Colchester County. Okay, so that's Great Village. After for well-being check on blank. Upon arrival, Matt Doan made contact with whomever. Matt Doan was assaulted and received. Who's Constable Matt Doan? Serious injuries. At the onset of the conversation with blank was going well when he suddenly picked up a board and threatened to hit Constable Matt Doan. with it if he came any closer. Blank put the board down and went into his house. Constable Matt Doan remained at the door and continued speaking to Blank, trying to de-escalate. Without warning, Blank started punching Constable Matt Doan in the face and head. Blank tried to only to try to pin Blank against the house and kept trying to talk to him. Constable Matt Doan estimated that he was punched 12 to 15 times in the face and head and fell off the home's deck. Blank went after Constable Matt Doan's gun and tried to disarm him. Constable Matt Doan tried to attempt to deploy, sorry, I forget this part, the taser, this is a conductive energy weapon, but it failed. Blank threatened to kill Constable Matt Doan and barricaded himself into the residence. Constable Matt Doan stated he believed he was going to die at one point, but refused to draw his service pistol because of his fear of being, quote, destroyed in the media. And if you guys can go back in time to Chief Alan Adam, there was a fucking shitstorm every which way from Sunday, right? So he knew what was going on, and the RCMP were absolutely getting decimated. This is Brenda supporting, right? So she sits there and she says, I do my best to support you all. Really? Okay. And the oh shit, I'm gonna get a phone call about this one. I forget who it is. That's Assistant Commissioner Alberta. What is his name? Slipping my mind. And he came out and had to address this, and then he had to change his tune almost immediately in reference to Fort McMurray, but refused to draw his service pistol because of fear of being, quote, destroyed in the media. Constable Matt Doan also stated that while he was being beaten, he thought of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Commissioner Brenda Lucki and how, quote, they had turned their backs on the members by labeling them racists. This is why it is so dangerous, this systemic goop. You can have racist members, no doubt about it. There are. There's misogynists, there's racists, there's the sexual harassers, there's the whole gamut, right? When you find trash like that, you don't come in and support them, Blondell. You don't do that. You fire them and you charge them and you absolutely nail them to the wall so that they're an example to other officers. You know, I don't want to be like that. No, you don't come in and defend. It's big people will come out of the woodwork on strange issues to protect things, i.e., Mr. Big Oop. This shit. Senior RCMP allegedly aided accused officer. Deputy Commissioner says RCMP policy for the accused to see information. Three remaining candidates for the commissioner of the RCMP job was accused. In 2011. I've gone through this before, but it's, let's tie them together. Commissioner of the RCMP job was accused helpful of an officer at the center of a sexual misconduct scandal. Big story. Really didn't make a lot of news. Deputy Commissioner Peter German was alleged in a statement of claim to have aided Sergeant Robert Blundell, who was facing allegations that he had assaulted and sexually harassed 4 female Mounties. The court document alleged German gave Blundell copies of internal investigation file before Blundell was interviewed by investigators. Excuse me? Documents have come to the surface to suggest that now Deputy Commissioner Peter German, who is retired now, shared the complainant's statements with Mr. Blundell that allowed him to prepare and tailor his responses in the interview, said Ottawa lawyer Paul Champ, who wasn't directly involved in the case but has worked on behalf of other clients who've sued the RCMP. Former RCMP officer Sandra Kelly. Okay, these are all really big lawsuits, or people involved, and this was the root of some major shit. Those are the kind of things that are troubling. Sergeant Blundell's career was obviously in serious jeopardy, and a lot of people knew that, and evidently there were other superior officers who were willing to reach out to give him a hand. Peter German coming to help Sergeant Blundell, to which he was guilty. Why, you may ask? Why would a deputy commissioner come in to help out Sergeant Blundell? Mr. Big. That's why. Because Blundell was very instrumental in the Mr. Big program. So if Blundell had issues, boom goes the Mr. Big program. They're going to start ripping through it all, right? They're going to have to go through every case and all that stuff. So they're like, no, let's get him out of trouble. So what happened to him? Even though he was guilty. He was guilty. A lot of funny games went on. He got 1 day, I believe it was, docked pay. 1 day. And he ruined some women quite badly. In an email to CBC News, the story was broadcast Wednesday. German said that he did nothing improper and did not intercede personally as Blundell prepared for his disciplinary case. Really? Really now? Sure about that one? At no time did I provide files or statements to the member under investigation. German also said that RCMP policy allows officers like Blundell who are facing disciplinary proceedings to see the details of the accusations made against them ahead of time, ahead of interviews. Mr. Big is too recognizable to use effectively anymore. It's all of the cases that it was used in, right? And they still use it 100%. You got to bail them out. German also said RCMP policy allows I just adamantly deny the allegations, in particular, a statement of claim that has been proven in court, and that civil suit never went to court to my knowledge, said German. German also said many of the organizations face sexual harassment issues, and the RCMP was working to enforce its policy, zero tolerance. Okay, now, so, you can't have it all ways from Sunday. just to protect cases or protect people. Like if they're bad news brown, then they're bad news brown. And you got to get them out. You don't try to cover your ass. This is, let's see. Claims of sexual harassment. Female officers Catherine Galliford and former Constable Carla Christie claimed that they faced sexual harassment for years as officers. Former Constable Sandra Kelly also felt that she left RCMP. What happened to Krista? What happened to Krista? Does somebody know? I was going to get a coffee. Dirty Trick's been operating since 1954, 6 huge count. Anybody got it? Absolutely. This stuff is unbelievable. Okay, nobody's got it. Come on. I've talked about it before. I'm surprised. Nobody? She passed away. This is true. She died. That's true. How did she die? Suicide. Yeah. Really horrible. Really horrible. And we know the story of Catherine Galliford, right? And you know who her ex-husband is. This stuff is messy. Messy. Messy, messy, messy. So sometimes you're saying, oh yeah, we want to deal with this one, but do you really want to deal with it? You don't want to deal with it. You don't want to deal with it. Okay, sorry. So let's go back to Corporal Matt Doan. I know I jump all over. Hopefully people, that's right. There you go. Corporal Matt Doan, Great Village, right? On the heels of Alan Adam, Chief Alan Adam, Fort McMurray. They turned to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Commissioner Brenda Lucki and how they turned their backs, quote, they turned their backs on the members by labeling them racist. All of them. This is why it is so destructive to do this. Systemic. Get the fuck out. There are lots of great officers, but when you start calling them names, you want to talk about what that does to people's morale? Many people in here know what that does when you just get labeled indiscriminately for nothing. You know, most people now are just past it. What? You call me that? Fine. Good. Title? Yeah, whatever. Move along. Corporal Matt Doan indicated the words of the Prime Minister and the Commissioner had, quote, direct result on his decision to not to properly defend himself. Fort McMurray. Corporal Matt Doan also stated that he, quote, thought of members in Fort McMurray and believed that the RCMP did not have their backs and would make examples of them, political, end quote. political examples. Everything rides on people's backs. Gun legislation. Unbelievable. Corporal Matt Doan has blank years of experience. I'm not sure, I can't remember. And is extremely capable. He's a big man. Big man. And confident in his powers of arrest, as well as his use of force training. He is approximately blank and blank pounds. He's a big guy. He is a big guy. I'm not going to show his picture because that's just not relevant, but he's a big guy. And which is why they're putting this here specifically. He's not, a small fry. Yes, he could have handled it, but he was afraid to. Not afraid because, I'm going to get beat up. He was afraid that they're going to hang him out to dry. Despite the overwhelming size advantage, Corporal Matt Doan suffered blank injuries requiring blank. He needed to be hospitalized, I believe. This is how badly he got beaten. He allowed himself to get beaten. And he thought he was going to die. As well as blank. Okay? Blank initiated 1033 call. Full critical incident package was deployed. ERT deployed gas into the residence, and blank was arrested. He was not injured. A review of the OCC record communications. Okay, because they don't. What are you talking about, OCC? Just like they don't have radio in the car. They don't have GPS in the car. Fuck right off. We're all getting lied to here the whole time. And there's one person who's really getting screwed. They're all getting screwed. But there's one person particularly who's getting extra screwed. They will have their day. After he was injured, he broadcast on the radio he was beaten pretty badly. And that quote, for the record, this is what he's saying on the radio. That they never have a record of, right? Quote, for the record, I did not do anything. I did not touch him. I did not fight back. Corporal Matt Doan's spouse, blank, posted a very emotional narrative on Facebook criticizing the RCMP response, which I won't show. The narrative has received almost 14,000 shares, over 6,000 reactions, and 1,100 comments. How many comments and things like that, shares, etc., do you think were members who feel so disenfranchised by a force that is a train wreck? Lucky that you scored the brownie points, you thought. This has done very serious long-term damage. Charges have been laid against blank in relation to the incident. The statements made by Corporal Matt Doan regarding his actions will be introduced as evidence in his criminal proceedings. June 27th, the H Division Criminal Operations Officer, okay, well, that would have been Chris and Costa. Costa in the background, big time hero. And Costa is here right now in Nova Scotia during this time. This would have been coming up in his stuff. Along with other senior officers, met with members several detachments in and around at Bible Hill Detachment, 100% Costa's there. Costa Diamopoulos, for those of you who don't know. And the sit rep. Unbelievably, if that catches any kind of traction, I don't know what more I can do. And it has to. You guys have criminals down there, potentially, running police forces. Very, very serious. The incident involving Constable, I think it's Constable Matt Doan. It was made very clear by members they did not feel supported by senior command outside of H Division. Okay, so you have the wellness stuff, the goop going on, the wellness goop going on at the top there, right? It's all melting down because we have Bergerman, who has had. I try to be really sensitive about this stuff. Probably shouldn't have been in that position. Is that a sensitive way to put that? I think that's pretty good. She may have been experiencing some PTSD issues from before. Okay, so leadership was a real struggle. May have. We'll just leave it there. Leadership in Nova Scotia was a disaster. You had several people who were picking up the pieces and trying to manage the fort down there. This had been going on for a long time. Okay, that's now down to the okay, slipping my mind, it'll come to me. Because now you're getting into Ottawa and why this was a big problem and why they don't want to go into the sit rep. Okay, because we're talking about 20 years, 25 years of problems. Who was in charge? Is which episode still up? Oh, about the JTF? I was talking about that earlier. Yeah. I didn't really get into the specifics of it, but why don't I go through his 116 pages documents in the MCC? Who is that? Brennan? Good. Yeah. Now we're talking about Ottawa, right? This is big. And this is kind of one of those things that they just rather deal with the small issues and make them the small issues go away rather than deal with the big ones, because if you deal with the big ones, then it's going to start to involve a lot of other things like the Blundell with the Mr. Biggs, right? I'm not saying that's involved, obviously. I'm just saying that's a cookie cutter example. You kind of stamp it out and you say, well, it's just that problem over there and maybe nothing really happened, or you have the media just spin and leave. Okay, so this was raised at the meetings which are discussed in the sit report, right? The incident involving Costa and Costa's consultations, Costa and Chris's consultations with Bible Hill about how they did Bible Hill and Amherst. And Amherst is tied up in this one too. It was made very clear by the members that they did not feel supported by senior command outside of H Division, which was having its own issues. Right? Wellness. Wellness. No, it's not. It's all leadership. They also voiced concerns surrounding the lack of support in relation to the mass shooting incident in Nova Scotia and the RCMP's silence in relation to correcting the false narrative shared in the news. The members specifically stated they feel that they were being vilified in the media and would not be supported for appropriate uses in force. Okay. Here's Costa signing off. See? Recommended by Chris and approved by Lee. Going all the way to Brenda. Do you see how this stuff all kind of fits? I try to give as balanced a thing. Like, I'm not anybody's friend in the story. I have a friend in the story, but I'm not. I understand the RCMP's problems. I understand to some extent, and I understand that there are really great people over there and they're going under the bus and we're losing them. And then we're left with a shitty police force. I understand there was a lot of crap down April 18, 19 and subsequent unbelievable cover-up of stuff, right? Bad, and some very, very bad actions. And I would think previously. I think we're talking about operations running down in Portapique. And they don't want to talk about that. They don't want that coming out. You know, let's just give a bunch of money to everybody and go away. Well, fuck you, man. What happens when the next time? That doesn't help anybody. You're still left with a police force right now due to the SIT report, which repeatedly Chris and Costa put in. Repeatedly. That demonstrates that there is a very serious allegations of sexual abuse, extortions of payments of monies, source monies, multiple police forces involved, detachments involved, senior officers, cover up. Very, very serious. And, you know, what, you're going to get a little CTV blurb? I mean, I was losing my mind. I was like, when, and, you know, all just, God just puts things down in there, you know? O'Dear's like, there's some new documents out there. I was streaming at the time. I'm like, okay, let's fire up a couple of new documents. And I read through the SITREP report. And I was like, what the fuck is this thing? What day was that? Those of you who haven't watched it, and there's a bunch of subsequent videos on that. They're worth watching because there's a lot to that story. There's more that I haven't. I'm sure there's so much more to it. You've got CERT, and it relates back to Ronnie and Felix. Political interference coming from Nova Scotia Justice, I believe, probably federally. 3 months ago, I'm about, what is this? This is, where was it? It's back here, July 10th. Another bad day. This video here. Boom. Right? It's at a certain point. It says in the description, I think. Oh, didn't it? No, it's actually earlier than that. 4 months. Here. Is this it? The first one? Was that the day? September 23rd? I believe it was. And I think I cut it out. That was why I put this up here. July 10th, another bad day. because it's about an hour and some into the stream. And then I read through, sorry, where is it here? Because you have to then go through Felix's stuff. Where is the stuff? Leather's stuff, Felix's stuff, Costa's stuff. There's a bunch of videos on all this. July 10th, 2020. No, you can't. I did go through Costa's. I read it. I read Costa's. Is it not up anymore? Dennis Daly? Where is Costa's? Okay. You guys remember when I read through Costa, right? Okay. Anyway. I mean, I'm more than happy to go back through all the stuff. You know, I do have the stuff out there, but I'm more than happy to go through it again. I've put a bunch of videos out on this. I've read through a bunch of interviews that are important. Costa was the long one, probably split up into multiple streams. I'm not even seeing it. So you remember, right? I'm not even seeing Costa's stuff here. I would have gone through some of them, you know, taken lines and used it in other streams too, but I did do Costa's. And now I'm not even seeing it. You guys saw the obviously the fuckaroonies. This is what is hopefully coming to light, you know. I think some people think, you know, when some of us talk about that stuff in the past, that you know, we're talking about, oh yeah, no, that those guys are crazy or whatever. No, absolutely. The tech shit, man, they're all over it. They silence, they're right in there. It's right in it's in the RCMP reports that they were heavily monitoring social media. And I maintain that the Facebook groups, I did do a video about that, and that they were not happy with that video about exposing certain people in the leadership of Facebook groups. Because I don't think the Facebook groups were organic. Let's just put it that way. Those probably, you understand what I'm saying? But they were watching everybody's social media. They were putting out threat assessments. I've seen shit about how when they were combing through stuff, they didn't even know certain people were dead. They're like, oh, blah, blah, blah. You might want to talk to this person. They seem to know something about stuff down in Portapic. I'm like, they're dead? I'm not even going to touch that because it's just so vile. They don't even know who's dead. I'm like, rrr. Okay, so let's go back to the Red Star. Howdy, Sad. I'm quiet on a lot of things. I'm just not going to say anything. People will see. Lucki's term saw her grapple with allegations, political interference, accusations that she felt she was ignorant of the systemic racism. Do you see? It's just horrible what this is doing. Fights with other police contingents. Well, see, this was updated. Who knows? Okay, no shower curtain that day down in Ottawa. RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki has announced her retirement after 5 tumultuous years. What kind of legacy? I don't know. Maybe she was meeting somebody down in Regina and Depot. Who was that again? I think I remember something about that. I'd have that clip put aside somewhere too. As Canada's top cop, and just days before the release, a report into one of the biggest crises under her watch, this so-called Freedom Convoy blockade. And also with the side of Nova Scotia. Behaving here. Hello, Joanne. Her term saw her grapple with allegations of political interference, accusations that she was ignorant of systemic mats in policing, and fights with other police contingents. All issues likely to inform how the government sorts out its next step. Top job of Marxist, Mountie. Quote, this was not an easy decision. I love the RCMP. I love being your commissioner, she said in an internal memo obtained by the Star, the Red Star. Okay, so Red Star, maybe, let's see how they do this. I'm curious. In it, she said that she was, quote, conflicted about the timing of her departure. I don't know why you would pick St. Patrick's Day. They always have specifics, families, they want to release warrants on anniversaries, birthdays. It's horrible what they do. Quote, I never wanted to be seen as running away. And I know there's so much more to do, but it's my time. Because that makes sense, doesn't it? If there's so much more to do, you leave. Critics of her time at the top have argued that she should have resigned long ago. She shouldn't have even been there. She got bumped because she has different parts. What are you doing? With her 5-year term up for the spring, it was an open question whether she would be, in fact, reappointed to the job. So better just to run away, because there's not so much more to do. But maybe she wouldn't have been reappointed because, shower curtains have to fall. In the memo, Lucki acknowledged she'd faced challenges. The Brenda. What? The Brenda in me. What else do you have in you? Had to take quite a few hits on the chin this time at times when I needed to stay quiet. Well, this statement I find interesting, and not engage the noise. I presume that she's referring to the public. But is she? Or did she just become a doormat? She wrote, for those of you who know me well, staying quiet is not always my strong suit! Exclamation. But I swallowed the pride. What pride? Whose pride? Your pride? Are you proud? You're proud. And tried to do what was best for the organization and all employees. Again, please rewind to the Brenda's the good side. Please rewind to just a few minutes ago when I was talking about Constable Matt Doan. And thank you very much for those of you who help me with my memory. I do need help. Lucki was appointed, this is why it's so great, work together, in March 2018 to become RCMP's 24th commissioner, replacing Bob Paulson, who's still, I assure you, in the background. Probably, hanging out with his smoking, drinking buddy. She was the first woman to take on the full job full-time. Okay, very, very important. I know that organs, appendages, lack thereof, innies, outies, very important to jobs, isn't it? Is this what makes a person? Are we the sum of our parts? Fuck no, man. Come on. It's all a farce. You nail people down into emasculinity, like just emasculate. Take on the full-time job after a brief stint by Bev Boosin, who preceded Paulson. Let's try and stay on course. The RCMP has had problems. Really now. The National Police Force had been plagued for years by a series of allegations involving allegations of sexual harassment. Better send Peter German down there. Well, here you go. Here's the file, just so you can brush up on what questions. Bullying and toxic workplace, which has led to class action lawsuits and unprecedented settlement offer. Many suicides. Many good member suicides. People getting rammed up on charges that are totally fake. Disgusting. You people who are doing that. Gross. You're gross. Shame's going to make a comeback. Frontline Mounties have unionized since 2019. The force continues to face challenges in recruiting and funding. Oh, good. Oh, good. The union. NPF? Please. If it represents their members, no. But you all could see that in the variety of commissions, not inquiries, even though they insist on calling it this shit. Lucki struggled to acknowledge there was systemic bias in policing before declaring, in the wake of George Floyd murder and Black Lives Matter movement, systemic racism does exist. The press conference, April 24th. April 24th press conference. Do you know what was on when that was being broadcast? George Floyd. A funeral, something to do with George Floyd. Some march or something. And I believe CTV had birds live streaming. I was like, what the fuck are you guys on? Let's bury some more. She said in her statement she was brought in with a mandate to modernize and address RCMP's internal challenges. This was a significant mandate. Vision 150. Let's displace good people. Let's get rid of them. Set up Red Star State. Good. To say the last several years have been hard on the profession and hard on you. Again, Constable Matt Doan and many others is an understatement. She wrote, I want you to know that I've always been on your side. Okay, vomit emojis, absolutely necessary here. No, not at all. It's total horseshit. I've praised you and your work to anyone and everyone. Systemic racism. You guys are systemically racist. Racist. We're racist over here. What the fuck are you on? Exactly. Rainbow shirts for everyone. There you go. She always been on their side? No, she hasn't at all. I advocated for you and defended this organization with as much courage and heart as I could muster. Please? Really? Bearing stuff? How about that sit rep report, Brandon? Where that at? How about the truth on the guns? Where's that at? Where's all the suicides? Where's that at? What about criminals? Rapists? Where's they at right now? Tensions between Lucki and other RCMP officers, however, have been well documented. Wow, this is surprising coming out of the Star. Like, I don't know. Bizarro world. Bizarro testimony. I'm not gonna. I see some things there. I'm not gonna jump into that one. I just can't. But I see it. Testimony at the public inquiry looking into the 2020 mass shootings in Nova Scotia revealed that she and Nova Scotia contingent were at odds over how much ought to be revealed in the days following the incident. Well, Red Star, so far, Red Star. Nova Scotia Mounties wanted to hold back the information, but the commission, this phony word, please throw it away. It is not true. There is a very specific definition for that use of word. It is a legal one. Do not call it that. That's why it can't call itself that. Same thing in Ottawa. Can't do it because it doesn't meet the criteria. If you don't meet the criteria, you don't send out the troops. And you don't mislabel, because that would be a lie. So you got to call it the commissions. Heard Lucki was frustrated by that decision, as she had communicated with then Liberal Public Safety Minister, oh no, hello, Blue Nose, on getting the details released. Thank you, by the way. At the time, the Liberals were trying to pass new gun legislation. When Canadians hear about it, said Blair, you guys will all understand why we're doing this. You knew, and you fucking lied to everybody at the time. I don't understand. Liars. Have another drink, Bill. Ain't gonna save you when you wake up from your hangover. That led to allegations of direct political interference in the investigation, which both she and the Liberals have denied. But there's evidence. Tapes? Anyone? Which, of course, didn't get released until after the Oh, that's right. Brennan was at the mass casualty. Even though they had them. Time off. Brian took time off. Friction between her and other police forces and the government were also revealed last year at the inquiry. Fuck off! Into the use of Emergency Act to quell blockades. No, it's a protest in the Capitol and elsewhere last winter. I noticed that they're getting rid of the term now of the occupation. It's just garbage. They know they're fucked, but they'll only give you a couple of millimeters, and it's very hesitant. And I'm meaning media, because it's all the same. These are just PR wings. She sent texts to the OPP telling them she needed to try and, quote, calm down, end quote, federal cabinet ministers, and was ready to complain to the Prime Minister about the performance of Ottawa's top cop at the time. She also testified, she made it clear to the government that police had a plan based on, quote, existing authorities that didn't require special emergency powers to end the occupation. Could have spoken up, maybe, at the time, because you represent the people who pay you, like me and you. When last November she was asked to respond to critics about her performance as commissioner, Lucki asserted that she had the confidence of the government. Really? Or were you just doing what they needed you to do and threw you away? I'm absolutely staying on as commissioner of the RCMP. End quote. In a brief statement posted on Twitter on Wednesday, Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino thanked Lucki for her years of service to the RCMP, saying that she had, quote, dedicated her life to keeping Canadians safe. How many people are in the wake? Is that showing true dedication? Oh, he's going to do a perfect job. I get it. Nobody is. You're going to make mistakes. We all would. The thing is that you own up to them. You tell the truth. You do the right thing. She's got bodies in her wake. That's going to be a hard one. Commissioner Lucki has led the force for nearly 5 years, navigating the pandemic and beyond. Vomit. I want to thank her for her partnership and dedication. Her devotion. She does your bidding and trashes everybody else. What's that story way, way, way back? Kevin Gregson. Kevin Gregson knows Brenda. Kevin Gregson came to Brenda for help. Way back. She didn't help him. Kevin Gregson went on to have a lot of problems. Even with cookies. Oh, so sad. He said the government will begin a search process to replace her, seeking, quote, an exceptional new leader will keep our community safe while advancing reforms. necessary to keep the confidence of all Canadians. What this word? Do you have the confidence of all Canadians? What are you talking about? You could never even have the confidence. Nobody could. These lies that they tell people. I love how they conflate everybody. We have the support of everyone. What the fuck are you talking about? You couldn't say that. Your election results show it alone. You don't have all Canadians. What the fuck you want, man? Brian Sauvé, president of the National Police Force. Mounties Union recognized Lucki's 37-year career and her leadership in hard times. Is Brian Sauvé representing his members? Really? Maybe Constable Matt Doan can speak to that. Quote, despite various challenges and public scrutiny that has come with being a leader, Commissioner Lucki's commitment to public safety, to the communities that she served over the course of her career, and to foster a modern and constructive approach to labor relations within the newly formed labor union. Approximately 20,000 RCMP members across Canada and internationally, Ukraine, toilet of corruption. Who was stationed there formerly? Oh, I don't remember ever seeing anything hardly from him. Oh, that's right. The clock ran out. So the government couldn't provide any of his documents. Really now? You know who I'm talking about? Who was formerly in Ukraine? Who passes out business cards? Oh, close, Todd, very close. That's the dotted line. The straight line to Ottawa. Sauvé said the union has had a, quote, constructive and productive working relationship with Lucki and her management team. John, there you go. Yep. Perfect. You guys are so smart. That was a bad day. Lots of people working away on this one in the background. Sauvé said the union has had, quote, constructive and productive working relationship, end quote, with Lucki and her management team, which has led the RCMP, quote, through significant labor change. One only has to go to Facebook, see all the sock accounts, right? The billboards on the side of the highway. This is how great a job trying to sell the RCMP to Canadians. One only has to look at Surrey. One only has to look at Alberta, who wants to bail out. Okay? There's obviously significant problems, and they are imploding terribly. And to try to save face and not actually address the problem head on, it's going to be their demise. And it will be. Laptops. was all the military industrial complex. Oh, toilet. Hello, Terry. She didn't help. Sauve's not helping. It should have come out at the beginning of Nova Scotia and said, here's our dirty laundry. We done some bad things. We made some mistakes too. And we're going to address this. And the people that are the problem, you don't want them because we understand you pay us. We want to be responsible. We want you to trust us. We don't want to put out things like, hey, by the way, if there's flashing lights behind you, please just drive to the nearest police station. Remember that? You don't want to put out stories about fake shootings and white cars and dirty tricks division, blue things that are blue, and all kinds of other garbage Facebook pages and, trying to run dirty tricks. People aren't stupid. The Mounties are in contract talks for a new collective agreement after the current one expires. Who's paying? I forget. Lucki's new 5-year term was up this year. New Democrat MP Peter Julian said it was up to others to decide whether there's a link between Lucki's retirement and her testimony at the Emergency Act Commission and Nova Scotia and SNC Lavalin. Is SNC Lavalin under her? Or is that Paulson? How many different things? Khan, is that under her? Wow, you've got a lot of problems. Oh, the latest one, there was the contempt for Winnipeg lab. There's so many. Guns. And these people just hold bags. They all do. But I mean, it's so obvious. What was it? I think the first time that it really dawned on me was the bill years ago for dropping the age of voting. And I was like, what the fuck? That was a liberal thing. But it was brought out by the NDP. I'm like, you guys are just in bed together. It's a joke. It's all a joke. Parties, all of them. There are a couple, I think, that are kind of good, but he said the RCMP leadership is generally failed to properly address a range of serious issues under her watch. Oh, great. For, quote, systemic racism in the institution. Yes, that would be putting it mildly. To the treatment of Indigenous peoples and improved ways of dealing with people in mental health crises. I mean, this one. How come, not to go into a different vein, how come we have people in this country that do not have access to clean drinking water? This is so easy to fix. Please stop shipping billions of dollars out of this country so that you can say, you keep people impoverished to the point that they do not have clean drinking water. Can you just provide clean drinking water? Is that one a toughie? So many governments have come and gone and still no clean drinking water for many reserves. Boil water advisories. You can't have a bath in the fucking water. Like, no, nobody would tolerate that. What were the roots of the RCMP originally? But rather than addressing individual racist members or whatever and absolutely nailing them to the wall. You just want to do this one. No, you guys are all racist. Which does wonderful things for all the members. I'm obviously being very sarcastic. They just get tired and they're like, fuck you, man. Then you treat them like crap internally. The ones that actually speak up, then they're under investigation. Tim Mills was under investigation. How many? I think he said 2 or 3 investigations were going into him. What? For what? What? They're all covering their ass. It's vitally important that the federal government choose somebody who is going to show leadership and actually resolve fundamental issues, Julian said. Great talking point. You got to do something about it. Meanwhile, I'm paying you. We're all paying you. It's a tall order, but the next commissioner is going to have to tackle it. Nygaard. Conservative public safety critic. The sexual abuse thing is of children is really bad, and they're hiding the boys. They don't want to tell anybody about it. Boys. What was that tweet I had from years ago? Boys. I used to make these little tweets. Conservative public safety minister, safety critic Raquel Nancho welcomed the resignation, chastising both Lucki Blair, never accepting responsibility for the alleged political interference, Nova Scotia mass shootings. She had that very interesting quote. I think I played that, where she said, I definitely tweeted about it, where she said, I'm only able to talk about a little bit at this time. There's a lot more yet to come, but I can't talk about it. What more is there to come that's based on lies? Why are these people all running around with these secrets? I'm not faulting her. I'm glad she at least alluded to it. One of the responsible parties is stepping down. The other does not exonerate, that does not exonerate the other. It's time for Minister Blair to do the right thing and resign. Toronto police. What's with the sexual abuse with children? I'm not going to. Anyway, it's a pretty good article. I will give credit to Red Star and who are the authors. Good job. Tonda Mac Charles, and Stephanie Levitz. Levitz. Okay. We've got Global. I did my best. Do they have what trash is this? Does anybody buy shit that people advertise? Just fuck off. Nobody buys it. Go away. Okay, let's see what they have to say. trousers. I'm surprised that's not a rainbow mask, eh? I don't know what happened. She must have left that at home. How do I get out of this nonsense? Okay. Can't hear it? Oh, okay. One moment. I thought that should have detected it. Nobody heard it? Okay. Do. Okay, thank you for the no sound.
Brenda Lucki, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki has announced she will be retiring this year. Lucki has held the position since 2018. She first joined the Mounties almost 40 years ago and has served right across the country, including in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Recently, she was involved in a controversy over her actions during the RCMP's response to the Nova Scotia mass shooting, with allegations of political interference made against Lucki, suggesting she was helping to advance the Liberals' gun control legislation. In a statement Wednesday, Lucki says her last day will be March 17th of this year.
Okay, there. Did you hear it? Study got it. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, good. I like being able to get it. Now, why is this like this? Okay. Damn tech. I'm not supposed to learn tech. Maybe little pieces of it. That's about it. Okay. No, I don't want that. I want this. Share screen. Entire screen. So this is, of course, is the global. Whatever happened to their stuff? Has it been yarned away? They make some fiction about what was her name? What did they call Lisa? We're gonna call her death because she's a victim. Okay, whatever. Lucki will exit March 17th. She was appointed 2018, faced intense criticism, Freedom Convoy protests. Okay, see, Global's walking back too. And at other border crossings. I heard something about some interesting phone recording, possibly. I'll be curious to see what that's about, if it surfaces, when. There was an implication. Beth, thank you, Global, for Beth. Oh, God. Well, those will make great with the music and the what the hell was it? The wind blowing in the wheat and I'm a far on away. I'm not doing weather anymore. Multiple sources tell Global News not planning to extend. The government was not planning to extend Lucki's mandate. Well, I guess that's just her job. Today, I announced my personal decision to retire. That was not an easy decision. Love being the 24th. Okay. Asked to modernize. I was asked to modernize. So, of course, then we're seeing Vision 150 is not her garbage, right? Even though it kind of inferred it in that one article. RCMP internal challenges. Yeah, okay. You did 0. You actually tanked them worse. Significant mandate and with the support of senior executive team, which was not on your side, i.e. wellness. Anytime you want to address the commitment to all RCMP employees, Constable Doan, Tim Mills, Bernard. Anytime you want to address the July 10th sit rep, that would be great. I know you're on your way out and the door's probably just revolving so you can get your book deal in another bureaucratic position. Maybe she'll go and work for the media. She added that she leaves the post knowing I did my best. Really? Now, I can't claim I do my best. I certainly don't. But I try. I try, but I know I fail. And there's a lot more I can always do. But that's the way it is. But because that's honest, right? Lucki has been accused by some top RCMP officials of political interference. You know, Lee. For allegedly pressuring staff to release information about Nova Scotia shooters' firearms at behest of federal government, which announced gun control legislation days later. You will all understand. You will all understand exactly why we're doing this when the evidence is before you, said Bill. Where is that? Can I find that? Probably not. No, it's in my Twitter line. Probably buried, though. Clear and compelling. That's right. Very good. Great memory. Clear and compelling evidence. Canadians will totally understand, said Bill. Funny how they have this stuff lined up around the world. Commissioner denied she was acting on Ottawa's behest. Really now? During the public commission, into the government's unprecedented use of Emergency Act in response to last year's protest, evidence was presented that showed Lucki told a government official that she believed city police had not yet exhausted all available tools. Lots of tools running around to end. Oh, no, my apologies. There's the word. They're still trying to use it a little bit. Fuck you. That email was sent hours before Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked the charter-breaking emergency powers that Lucki later defended as helpful in clearing the blockades. Oh, so now we're going to change the word again. We'll just stick one in here because it's really contentious word. Kind of keep it there, though, a little bit, because we can only give you a couple millimeters. The Emergencies Act. Global is total trash. They are the worst, I think, of them all. It used to be CBC. They're bad, but Global is terrible. Who is that? Gilmore? Wow. I don't know what's going on over there. Last November, Tyler Shandro, oh no, Tyler, really now, called on federal government to fire Lucki over these and other issues that he said broken public trust in RCMP. Shandro, just remember, we all know, health minister. I remember the handing babies over the fence. I still have the video. When it was supposed to be some private gig, yet for some reason you had all the cameras around you and there was a police car driving beside you. You're very afraid. Public safety Mark Mendocino oversees RCMP. Trudeau publicly expressed confidence in Lucki remaining as commissioner. I want to thank Commissioner Lucki for her years of service, RCMP Mendocino said in the tweet, adding he greatly appreciated partnership with dedication. Where is Trudeau's statements on this? Usually he comes out with this claptrap, you know, our hearts go out to you, we really feel for things, blah, 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 the exact emotional sewer that preys upon predominantly, I'll be careful with this, predominantly on the female side of our brains, the emotional side of our brains, you know, put the flag in your corner and whatever else you do. Justice Minister David Lamenti. Oh, no. I do hope somebody will come forward. That's still all to unravel. Older story from down your neck of the woods. Also thanked Lucki for her service on Wednesday. Remember him at the commission? Quote, we have served through some challenging times together, and I appreciate even more her service, her use. He told the reporters in Ottawa. Motts, who said he knew Lucki from police training courses. They attended together when he was an officer in Medicine Hat, said the commissioner, quote, unfortunately, probably became overly yanked around. Because that's what the RCMP is at the top. All it is politics. Whoever's in. That's unfortunate. But I wish her well in her retirement, and I thank you for her service. Thank her for her service. Yeah, you know, somebody, I think that was Todd, he was saying about the book deal. She'll get some cushy job to either go into bureaucratic nonsense. She most certainly will. You watch. She will. She'll get a nice job, nice, more golden pension crap. Maybe she'll go into media. Media and RCMP work very closely together. It's quite interesting how that all works. Marco, some balls. I'd be curious to see what people are saying. Maybe we should have a look. Also faced calls to resign in the wake of police killing of George. Oh, really now? See, Global? No, that's not even in our backyard. I'm not following. You could talk about the lady getting drug around. There's some things you could probably talk around that aren't totally inappropriate. But you know, you need the the race baiting stuff. That's very important. Although she later expressed regret for the position, for the systemic racism, and admitted unconscious bias exists within the force. What is that? Can somebody define what that exactly is? Unconscious bias. You know, let's see. One moment. I like to read some. This is a dictionary, one of two, okay, that I have. Well, this is a 2-volume set. I have several others. You can see that it's pretty thorough. You know, this is the English language. This is what the English language was before communism came along and destroyed it. You know, and I'm sure if I look up this word, this bunk invention of a word, unconscious bias, it's not going to have the definition that they're using there. She struggled to define exactly what systemic racism was. I wonder if that's in here too. There's some really great definitions in here. Old books are good books. Before they got heavily polluted. They were polluted even then, though. At a parliamentary committee in June 2022 or 2020, she acknowledged there's absolutely systemic racism in the police force. But when asked to give an example, there we go. They're hinting at it. She compared disparities into officer heights and said how that might affect performances during the physical evaluations. The mat. That would be the mats. There you go. And then she's totally caught out. And then she says, Gail Johnson, right? It sends it over to Gail because, well, that's great optics to have Gail there about racism because Gail is not Caucasian, so white. So it's best to have Gail answer the question about systemic racism. And then when asked about what they were doing to stop it, there was some discussion about well, up north that some people didn't have their driver's licenses. So they were going to let them in the RCMP because they didn't have a driver's license. I'm like, would you really want somebody who didn't have a driver's license to be in the RCMP? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, Google is horrible. But look higher. I can. Yeah, anyway, I'll not touch that. Lucki noted in her statement Wednesday that she was since imposed training to officers to understand and avoid systemic racism on the job. I should link that video. Those of you that want to watch it. Oh, yes, I know where to get it. One moment. Thank you for sending it, by the way. Oh, okay, there's something else here. Oh, see, I miss all this stuff. Okay, so here is the link to this video, which is very interesting. Todd sent to me about Canadian Special Ops sniper kicked out of military from COVID tyranny. Very interesting. Listen. So there you be with that. Same thing was going on in the RCMP, right? And he talks about how the agendas are moving in and wrecking the military, which I can't say I'm as familiar. Oh, look what Clinton Jaws has as his thumbnail. Come on. Really now? When did he put that out? How long have I been streaming? Clinton. Really? Well, I should be honored. At least he's got some fancy graphics on. I didn't put any fancy graphics with Brenda holding the flag. Okay. And I see there's something else here. Thank you for the link also, Todd, for the story about Great Village, of course, which I missed. Former Rocky Mountain House RCMP awarded for bravery. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nikki, for the link to the, yes, there's the picture of Matt Doan. Big guy. He's a big guy. Big. Well, we can have a look at him. If it loads. Okay, maybe that won't work. We'll try this. You know, and people should have his back. He should be able to stand up. But if he doesn't have his superior officer, the commanding officer, in charge of all of the force, whatever it is, 25, 32,000, they're all over the map. Who knows what it is today? Who knows if there's a division line between CSIS, which was obviously formerly RCMP, I would say very closely tied, CSE, they're all kind of intelligence, right? Nova Scotia Mountie, who saved pregnant goat from black bear. And this is Constable Matt Doan. Do they have a picture of him here? He's a very big, tall. Not somebody probably I would want to mess around with. He looks very friendly. And I feel badly for his wife and him. Under Lucki's leadership, RCMP criticized for its response Indigenous-led protests against natural pipelines, Coastal Gas Link. Okay, well, that's always all kinds of things. These things, they just conflate, and or not necessarily conflate, but you know, there's so many different ways that you can look at things. But there are some that are hard and fast. In January 2022, federal judge ruled Lucki had not followed the law by failing to respond promptly to a watchdog report about alleged RCMP spying. Because they don't do that. It's not in the Nova Scotia mass casualty. In the comms, by the way, that they're doing that. Kind of like that Facebook video I did. Had not followed the law. Yet they're the ultimate voice for law. Federally, in many municipalities. It's like Bob Paulson said. We are on CNBC radio down in the United States. There is no other force like it in the world. We are a paramilitary organization. We are the state troopers, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, state troopers, city police, federal police. I mean, it's everything. Court action launched by BC Civil Liberties Association, which actually did some good stuff down in Nova Scotia, argued the culture of complacency in the RCMP has long led to delays in responding to complaints. Well, if you cut the department down, right? This is another great tactic that they have. Whether it's for you or for me, you want to go and do ATIPs, Freedom of Information requests, right? Or members want to get their files or whatever. What they do is they cut it down. Excuse me. They cut down the department, and then they say, "Well, sorry, we can't meet the deadlines." Well, that's because you cut the staff. Like, why not put some more staff in? Oh, hey, we can send some more money over to Ukraine. Okay. How about some abortion stuff down in Ethiopia? That sounds great. Maybe even studying turtles in Tanzania with the Aga Khan. Hey, there's all kinds of good stuff you can do with my money, your money. Public commission into Nova Scotia mass shooting last year. Lucki vowed she would work to change and modernize the RCMP, how it addresses public safety. What was that? There was something there that they touched on. Anyway, it's eluding me now. Oh, right. Yes. Had not followed the law by failing to respond promptly to the report. Must be one of those reports, that she said she didn't really read. Right? Because she didn't really read them with all the recommendations. Sure. You have my commitment. I can't undo the past, says she. I can't undo the past. But I surely can change the future. Lucki told one of the lawyers representing the families of the victims. You have my commitment. Are you feeling it yet? And here we go with Peter Julian again. Oh, from Mercedes. Oh, Rachel Gilmore. Oh, great. Who is this woman? I see some of her TikToky twos or whatever they call them. I've seen a couple. I don't have Chinese garbage on phones and things like that. I'm not sure why anybody quite would put phone is going to go in the garbage. Union Head says productive relationship with embattled RCMP commissioner. CBC. Okay, so it's last updated again. This was yesterday. Brenda Lucki, multiple calls for resignation. Okay, so she's still in power yesterday. Let's see what they say. She faces renewed calls for her resignation. Brenda Lucki is getting points from an unlikely corner. The NPF. Funny that. Ryan is going to come out. Our relationship has been extremely productive. Ryan Sauvé, head of NPF, told CBC News he represents 20,000 officers. What is it? How many people are in exactly? 35, 20? I don't know. Often in opposition to RCMP headquarters, the center. I would love to sit down and ask Costa what exactly the center is. Do you remember when I read through his interview, which doesn't seem to be on my channel anymore. The center, the policy center, the center. It's proper. It's a proper noun. The center. What the fuck is the center in Ottawa? That's dishing out orders. Very interesting. Sauvé's comments come after a tough year for the commissioner, who has been pursued by allegations of political pursued. Not like it was her own doing. It's like a lion chasing her. This damn thing, how did it even get here? I don't know. Mixed reviews of her performance in front of public commissions. Where is an inquiry? I don't know where that is. I haven't seen one. 20,000 minus a few hands on stress, leave. Oh, yes. That's true. That's true. Yeah, the guys that are holding out still can't go back to work. I don't think so. What list? The Epstein list. Public for years now. The new one will heavily altered based on donations to Washington. Boys. See you later, Tara. Sauvé, who was elected, there's Brian. Elected RCMP's first union president, 2019, called for conversation around Lucki's tenure and media obsession. Just leave her alone. She's my friend. I'm protecting my members. Somehow there's a problem. That came out really clearly. The NPF's position down there in the omission. It was pretty clear whose side NPF was on. Said the commissioner had shown up where it counts for members. All I can say is the commissioner or the chief human resources officer, that was another Jenga, have a concern, or if membership have a big enough concern, they're open to taking a phone call any time in the day. Really now? I think I can find some people that may not quite agree. Quote, I have no input on who occupies what position, and honestly, I don't want the input. What an odd line. Brian Sauvé does not dictate who is in charge of the RCMP. I wasn't really concerned before that he did. Not sure where that came from. Is there something he's trying to say, or what does that mean exactly? Why would you even say that? Sauvé cited the examples of two Mounties in Whitecourt, Alberta, who were charged with manslaughter following 2018 shooting. Before a jury acquitted the pair in December, their legal fee assistance was caught in limbo. They're going to trial. The lawyers are wondering if they're actually going to be paid, he said. A phone call to the commissioner, who makes a call to the minister, all of a sudden, within 48 hours, you have approval, and the members don't have the stress over their heads. So being able to have that relationship with the commissioner, any commanding officer, to solve problems at the lowest possible level is something I can't ask for better. I don't know how that stuff really works, because I don't really get it. And obviously it differs, I'm sure. It doesn't unions take care of its members? That's why they pay dues. So wouldn't they be paying the lawyer fees? Wouldn't they? Found cost of September 17th. Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. So it is there, I guess. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Julia. Three and a half hours. That does not sound like the whole document. I can't read that fast. Most certainly. I'm not a fast reader. RCMP picks commissioner, Senate and Governor General approves. Well, I'm not sure why Brian would throw that line in there. That's a very strange thing. I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to cause confusion. Just a strange, really strange thing to. I have no input on who occupies what position. Honestly, I don't want the input. Well, I'm sure you have an opinion. Sauvé spoke from the union's boardroom in downtown Ottawa, overlooking the streets once a year ago. Okay, right. Blocked. Okay, are we gonna have occupation mentioned here? It was Mercedes and Gilmore, right, who like the occupation mention. Let's see if they do it over here in CBC. Lucki's response to federal government's decision to invoke the Emergency Act in response to those protests have come under attack was cited by, Shandro again, baby handling Shandro. She failed to inform cabinet all law enforcement options available prior to, all right, so he's just, I'm not sure why Tyler is, Tyler's not a good dude. I don't think. And his past isn't going to be forgotten. Lucki said she's staying put. Shandro said, okay. So he dodged accountability and excused actions at the commission into Nova Scotia mass shooting, which killed 23 people, obviously more. In 2020, the more would be afterwards. I think actually people were dying in 2020, December. NDP Notley called Chandro's demand for a political tactic meant to build support for a provincial police force. I would appreciate the provincial police force. I don't have much appreciation for Shandro. All I have to say is a lot of politicking everywhere called Sauvé. Not that he's not political at all. Sauvé isn't. Sauvé is very impartial, as demonstrated by the boutique lawyer representing NPF in Nova Scotia. Those will permanent record of that, of course, always will be there. All of us know. Policing, I believe they were also interfering. Well, I shouldn't say interfering, but I believe they're involved in some interviews and things. Policing should never be about politics, but apparently it's not so much about the operation of policing, but about the 30,000-foot level of what policing looks like. Oh my. Sorry, did I just read that correctly? Where was Brenda at? Was she at the 50,000 level? I guess Brian is at the 30,000. 30,000 is Brian. Textbook response. Here's textbook. NPF can afford lawyers, legal services, union members. Yes, boutique lawyers. You like the boutique lawyer. Brenda was the 10,000. Brenda's the 10,000. Okay, well, looks like Brian's encompassing everything. Yet he doesn't think the RCMP is political in any stretch. He's not political. The NPF's not political. No. It's only like really you'd have to be on a different planet not to know that the RCMP is 100% political. It's not really. I'm not politics. You should be saying RCMP is totally political. The Federal Conservative Party also looking for Lucki's resignation over allegations this summer that she bent to political pressure during the investigation of the mass shooting. During Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission, another Mountie alleged that was the public safety pressured Lucki to release details about weapons. Alleged. No, there's proof. Lots of it. And he declared that on TV. Lucki and Blair both denied meddling in RCMP investigation. Who was his right-hand man again? Go-betweens. RCMP commissioner serves the will of the government. Right. That would be the oaths we went through a long time ago. You know, it's actually the will of the Queen, funnily enough. The 3 oaths. One of which is total and utter secrecy. Cannot discuss anything with anybody. Period. This is so cloak and dagger. It's crazy. And that they must follow orders. Period. Okay. You got to lie. Lucki said herself at the end of the position, she would not resign. I want to focus. I won't focus on whether people want me in this chair or not. I'm going to focus on keeping Canadians safe, and shower curtains, and pride flags. When asked what membership makes of Lucki's nearly 5 years of top position, Sauvé, veteran of the force, said it's not a topic that comes up. I don't usually ask. What? You're head of the union. Many disgruntled members. You don't ask. Sounds useless as tits on a bowl. What does the future hold should Brenda choose to retire? Completely up to her. If she does, fantastic. If she doesn't, I look forward to... wow! Talk about a non-answer. Better not get yourself in trouble with anybody. Hey, I love you. What? Like a wet noodle. Safe. Every time I hear safe, vomit. Safe. Don't worry. You're going to get the book deal. And all right. So then we've got City News. And we've got another National Post. Gosh. Oh, I appreciate that. Apparently these things do things, you know. I don't know. This channel is tanked. Not an easy decision. RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki to retire next month. Maybe there'll be something new in here. Let's see. Updated, whatever that is, you can go away. Listen to article. Well, I just don't think they know what they're talking about half the time. RCMP Commissioner, yes, I was just about to say something. I'm not going to. It's interesting how deep some people will dig. I've happened to come across this now. It's pretty disappointing. Brenda said Wednesday that she has made a difficult decision to retire from National Police Force next month. There has been speculation about the future. She approaches end of term, turbulent time. Okay, the protests. Okay, so see, nobody wants to really use the blockade term. They're running for cover now. They know that this is a disaster. I don't expect big things out of Rouleau's report, really, to be honest with you, but we'll see. You never know. I highly doubt it. 2018 assumed. I'd like to see the lawsuit against Charter by former Newfoundland Premier, last signer of the Charter. She assumed command police force driven by internal dissension over long-standing issues of bullying and harassment. Oh, I think a lot more than that. In a statement released by Force, Lucki says, proud of steps you've taken, blah, da, 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 da. This racism, of course, gotta keep, it's just, let's keep going. And advance reconciliation with Indigenous people. How about let's start with water? I'll leave knowing I did my best, blah, 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 blah. Okay, nothing really here. Not seeing anything. Sorry, I'm just advancing. RCMP is under intense scrutiny, 1819. Okay, good. At least some people want to talk about that a little bit. Replica police car using multiple firearms. Okay, so why here do we have multiple illegal firearms? Don't want to tell you that. Don't want to, because in case anybody's actually paying attention or new to the story, they don't want to say, because then that might be the basis for C-21 is totally and utterly illegal. I don't know. It has no basis. It's a foundation of sand. If they put that word in there. Lucki has also been forced to answer the forced treatment of Indigenous people, widespread concerns about discrimination and brutality. Agreed in some cases and disagree in others. 2020, struggling the notion of racism. Okay, she doesn't even know what a mat is. Edmonton-born Lucki, RCMP career time in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan. Okay, Saskatchewan. I believe that's Kevin Gregson. Yeah, that was a disaster. Okay, serving responsible for everything from traffic duty to investigating financial crime and terrorism. Not sure how much beat duty. She was praised for her efforts, Northern Manitoba, to improve Force's relationship with Indigenous communities. Northern Manitoba, very beautiful. Very beautiful. Very remote. Lucki also worked the United Nations, fractured former Yugoslavia, helped train and select UN police mission to Haiti. Haiti. Oh. Boys. 2016, she became commanding officer depot. Who was down there for that meeting? Who met her there in the office? Where young RCMP recruits are put through their paces. Lucki holds a degree in psychology and sociology from the U of A, studied management and leadership at the U of M Business School. No immediate word from the government. Okay. This one seems recent, and I think then we're about done. Haiti. Oh my. Haiti. Haiti. After years of scandals, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki announces retirement. Brenda Lucki end of year with apologies and stark calls for her to resign. By her own assessment, she dropped the ball 4 times. Oops. Derp. I'm sorry. You know, I don't like going after people. I really don't. It's not my thing. Most of the time, I'll just avoid it. I just keep files on people. Maybe one day it'll be useful. But, sorry, they obviously pick pictures on purpose. Doesn't it look like Jennifer Clark, kind of? Does anybody see the resemblance? But again, I don't want to fault Jennifer Clark. I totally. Hard to be the press person. May 23rd, RCMP will mark its 150 without commissioner. Wow. That has to be, like, seriously. I would say, I know I will have some discussions later tonight, but this would have to be the ultimate kick in the pants. It is, because this becomes so much part of it is their life, right? And, you know, the first 100 and all this stuff, it's fucking really important. And so the 150, no Brenda Lucki. And wow, they'll have somebody in the place, but that is just has to be the ultimate burn. May not seem like anything to anybody else, but it would be to them. At the helm, even missing that important milestone for federal police force, her announcement to stepping down is still not surprising. I suspect that's all very intentional. Any traction that she hoped to build in her desire to reform, remake, troubled force mired in complaints, tragedies, commissions, omissions, whatever you want to call them, scandals, and commissions. Well, I don't know where this one is. Where is this one exactly? Why do they keep using that word? She ended the year with apologies, open questions, whether she would resign, and stark calls for her to do it. I think she maybe I'll have to hear. Maybe she went in a hole. She did go to the funeral. She was denounced by freedom convoy protesters, environmental protesters alike. Probably maybe some Nova Scotians. I don't know, but I'll leave that with everybody else. She was described as, quote, a wounded leader. Wounded leader. It's a violin playing to feminine brain, or feminine brain, or emotional brain. By Canada's top civil and, quote, unforgivable by provincial justice minister. Top civil. Who's that? By her own assertion, she dropped the ball 4 times. Who would want more of that? Even if the government was willing to reappoint her for another term. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police is a complex beast. Oh, that's an understatement. Dismantle, start small, and increasingly look like an immovable object. Really? Okay, just getting that now. While the Mountie is often used as a synonym for Canada itself, the distinctive red uniform taught by Stetson is one of the most, in one of the few things recognized as Canadian around the world. Dog toy. The RCMP has more than 650 detachments across Canada, some huge, bristling with technology. Oh, yes, the tech. We need more. I can't use it. Nobody knows where I am. Others tiny and lonely. Has armored vehicles, planes that don't fly, helicopters that aren't available. All run by more than 19,000 officers, 11,000 civilians. Okay, so now we're up to 30,000. You never know. It all perennially seems to be too much or never enough when dealing with a litany of cases, which of course is the great excuse. You play both sides. Oh, we don't have enough. We need more. We don't have a position for that. That's why. We'll make a recommendation. It was not an easy decision. This was not an easy decision. 24th Commander, coast to coast, coast to coast to coast. Internationally, she was named new commissioner, President Trudeau, 2018, expected 5-year term. Appointment. All these people who leave like before they're done, because they're so done. Felix left before his term was done. Her appointment came during a mood for urgent change and reform, much like her modern predecessors were. Well, that kind of just says that there was never any change. So it's urgent, but let's not change. She is a veteran cop with strength in training. It seemed a background ready to reform and modernize. Vision 150. That would likely be part of her appeal to the Liberal government. Yeah. I'm feeling very feminist now. I'll cross my legs. There was criticism of her selection, most likely from sexism. Some likely from sexism. Really? It doesn't matter the parts. Can you do the job? Or at least machismo. She was the first permanent female commissioner. What the fuck does that matter? Nobody cares. I'm sure most of you do not. And a lot of you are women that watch this channel. You would rather have a police officer that could handle and do the job. I don't care what parts you have. If you have no parts, can you do it? But it doesn't, because then it's totally useless. Let's put somebody in there who just has parts. Okay. That's not sexist at all. You know what? You have this part, so I'm going to appoint you. Is that what I'm worth? I'm not. I'm a feminist. Really? For busting down doors. She wasn't a cop known for busting down doors, cuffing gangsters or killers. Okay. Okay. I could see that maybe. She inherited a force struggling with internal and external problems, including force's treatment of Indigenous people, racism, lawsuits over workplace bullying and harassment, still ongoing, failing to reform despite repeated reports and recommendations. Did you read them? Oh, no, I didn't read those. Born in Edmonton, she obtained BA Psychology, Sociology. Joined force, 86. First posting, Quebec, followed Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, did 2 stints, peacekeeping, Yugoslavia, worked as academy instructor. How can you instruct if you don't really know? Again, what use? How do you take somebody down? I've never really had to. In traffic services, in traffic, community policing, and the district commander. Okay. She was made commissioner, commanding officer, RCMP Academy in Regina. Because traffic. She had unusual tragedies. Not mass murders and, bungled investigations, spying, investigating people that didn't need to be investigated, those kinds of things. Conflicts to deal with. Threat assessments on victims, these kinds of normal things. 2020, a man dressed as a Mountie driving the replica RCMP cruiser. Murder rampage, killing 22. What? Yeah, 3. Including RCMP constable. The fallout that was harsh and damaging. Took down the memorials. Forget about all of that. We don't want anybody remembering anything. Fallout was harsh and damaging. There were calls for answers over how the force handled the unfolding mass murder and stretch into 2 days, that lack of transparency and unanswered questions, improper investigation, cover-up, etc. The commission into it hurt Lucki's reputation directly. Really? I'm surprised she showed up for her funeral. She was accused of breaching the wall in between independent policing and partisan politics. I'm sorry. I just can't. That's the biggest oxymoron. RCMP, independent policing, and partisan politics? No. Policing, political policing, that's what it is. When she heard on a recording berating Nova Scotia investigators for not releasing information on guns, illegal guns, the killer used, because she had told the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister they would be to help Liberal government pending gun legislation. I guess that's the alleged. It's alleged elsewhere. But you see, the berating part, we never got to hear the berating part. The berating part is in the other half hour. Never talk about Winnipeg Lab. No, never. Contempt of Parliament, Liberal government. You're supposed to dish up those files. What? No, we're not going to. That's contempt of Parliament. Okay, no problem. Thank you. It was a request I got from the minister's office, she said in an internal conference call. But that's alleged. It's almost like certain things that people have to tell you on YouTube, They're like, I have to tell you this because if I don't, I'm going to get shit. But we all know. Does anybody realize what's going on in the world of handguns and guns right now? The fact that they're in the middle of trying to get legislation going. That must just be alleged. Alleged. Was that Global that said that? Mercedes and Gilmore? Did Gilmore used to do weather? I don't know. Probably. I'm waiting. I know Mercedes was Pentagon. I'm waiting for a prime minister to call me so I can apologize, she said on the call. Because it's not political. I only need to grovel to the handbag, to round things in a handbag. Okay, there's not much I can say except that one. Once again, I dropped the ball. Once again. No, please. I'm sorry. I really don't want to pick on you, but like, it just, I don't know. It would be like once, and then, you do it a second time. Most people would be like, this is not cut out for me. I got to leave. I got to do something that I can do. There's not much I can say except that once again, I dropped the ball. So that's going to be the fourth time I'm going to say that to him. Because it's not political. Her term was also marred by the riot. And yeah, okay. So everybody's done with that one. Moving along. Except for I think it's, what is it, the $5.8 billion? Do you guys know about this? $5.8 billion in things that are still coming. Billion. I did that. It works out to be about 10 per man, woman, and child. Thrown out into dealing with the Freedom Convoy protests in Ottawa and at 2 border crossings. I want to hear this tape. At the public emergency. Oh, see, this is a commission. Oh, but then they want to say that this is that. The commission is an inquiry, but it's not, because they can't call it that, so they call it this. There is no inquiry that has been done for a long time into the government's use of emergency acts to shut down Ottawa protest. Oh, okay, here's that word. Gotta keep it going a little bit. She, again, was criticized. Okay, so there's the taking down of gangsters. Look. Lucki testified RCMP had a plan to end the protest, that she believed that the powers of the Emergency Act weren't necessary and other tools had not yet been exhausted, but she failed to voice. But she failed to voice before the act was invoked, even though it didn't meet the criteria. I guess in hindsight, yeah, that might have been something significant. Lucki acknowledged. Under questioning, might have been. I don't know. She said she was asked not to speak, and other officials were already aware of her position. Who asked again? Oh, she wasn't asked. I see. Don't call her. Might go on the record. Jody Thomas, the Prime Minister's Security and Intelligence Advisor, testified afterwards that people in the meetings, quote, expected to provide information that is of use to decision makers, whether you are on the speaking list or not. But she wasn't. So, oops. Sorry. The commission's materials is a private text between Lucki and Mendocino, the minister responsible for the RCMP, and Janice Charest, Canada's highest-ranking civil servant. Quote, we need to be a bit careful with Brenda, a wounded leader, even more than she was before, isn't going to help us get this fixed. Don't know. Oh, I do hope that Rouleau keeps his integrity as I believe he's a professor. Was he a professor also, not just Supreme Court? I'm not sure. I going by memory. Traffic. Okay, so I think that's about it. I'm sure they updated stuff. Let's just see. We'll do a refresh. Oh, Globe and Mail looks like they got a new article. Can't be. I must have read this one. In this Fife, yeah, I read this. City News, that'll be the same. I did my best. We've read that. Evening Update. Okay. Is there any videos on this yet? APTN. You might have an interesting spin. Excuse me. Brenda Lucki, first head of female RCMP stepping down. I'm not sure why that's important. It just delete it. Oh, neat hair. That's neat. That's neat. Commissioner said she accomplished a lot during her time as top Mountie. Female commissioner, the first female commissioner of the RCMP. I'm expecting first something else to come along too. I know the one guy is in grooming. They're grooming him, literally, to be the top spot. He was down your guys' way. RCMP announced Wednesday she is stepping down. Head. Lucki said in a statement she decided to retire. Okay, so here's the statement. So let's put that out because actually I haven't seen that. And we will archive that. And we'll put that over there and I'll read it verbatim. This is not an easy decision. I love, okay, so I'm so incredibly proud. Served 5 years, accomplished a lot. Proud to modernize. Yet this very week, her leadership was under fire. Told to resign by some First Nation leaders. After the release of a highly critical investigation report into a public complaint filed by a senior officer. Put that there. Okay. The report revealed some officers in Prince George, BC, were accused of sexually abusing Indigenous girls on the street and the force did not investigate properly. Boys, I want to talk about the boys. Lucki signed off on the report and declined to comment. Nice. She turned down numerous requests from APTM to discuss fatal officer-involved shootings, Indigenous peoples' deaths in RCMP custody of RCMP peoples, and little to no arrests RCMP investigations of missing Indigenous women and girls. That's the highway of tears, just horrible. That one ex-RCMP officer who has just been busting his ass for God knows how long. Retired. Trying to figure that out. Lucki was in charge of the force, apologized to National Inquiry missing Indigenous. What does that do? I'm sorry. Still, she leaves knowing I did my best. Try and comfort. Take comfort that the RCMP is well placed to shine in its 150th year without you as the leader. That's sad. Okay. The statement. Today I announce personal decision to retire. This was not an easy decision. I love the RCMP, and being the 24th commissioner, I will not be here for the 150th. I am so incredibly proud to have had the opportunity to lead this historic organization, witness firsthand the tremendous work being done each and every day by all employees, coast to coast to coast and internationally. Well, obviously you can't say that because there's some real garbage that you never cleaned up. Since in my swearing in April 16th, 2018, we've made some great progress to meet the expectations of Canadians. I don't remember anything about 150. Our communities and contract partners. I know that my last day, March 17th, 2023, contract partners, communities, July 10th. That's a very bad day. That's partners and detachments. Cert. Major criminals in senior positions in multiple police forces. Problems. Hopefully somebody will talk about that. Last day, March 17th, 2023, as commissioner, I was asked to modernize. Who asked? I would like to know. Was that handbag, leg cross? Address the RCMP's internal challenges, significant mandate with the support of my senior executive team, who I guess she doesn't have notes from, and the commitment of the all RCMP employees. We've accomplished a lot. I'm so proud of the steps that we've taken to modernize, to increase accountability. Yeah, I would say fail. I'm not sure why. And to fail. Our progress can be found on this website. Okay, that's absolutely horrendous. The 150 and progress is like, we'll do something someday. Anybody who wants to go into the Vision 150 toilet, have fun. Have a lot of fun. That's just a train wreck. Okay. Head of BC First Nations Justice Council says RCMP, quote, covered up Prince George allegations. Director of BC First Nations Justice Council is, quote, horrified by what a report from the RCMP Complaint Commission revealed. Chief Judith Sayers, a lawyer and president of the, I'm not going to try. So no offense. I will just butcher it. So it's not a good thing for me to try to pronounce. On Vancouver Island says it appears historic allegations that some RCMP officers in Prince George allegedly, sexually assaulted First Nation girls on the street was not meant to be public. And boys. They never want to talk about the boys anywhere in the news, but that's the big secret that they want to bury. I was horrified that all things like this continue to be covered up, Sayers said in a telephone interview. Because if you talk about the boys, that destroys the narrative. Just saying. Boys. This aggravates the whole situation involving Indigenous women and justice for First Nations people. Sayers was reacting, damning files to RCMP Civilian Reviews Complaints Commission. Again, not an envious position. Investigation report first made public by the Vancouver Sun last week. Read the response here. The Justice Commission, the Commission said that the RCMP failed to do its duty properly to investigate its own officers. That's a surprise. failed to open an official file and failed to follow appropriate sexual assault investigation procedure. Better to go after good officers. That's more important. It is first-time allegations from Prince George girls, and I would presume boys, in the sex trade between 2000 and 2004 are recorded in a public document. There have been many Indigenous women and girls who have come forward to the RCMP over the years, said Terry Teague. Hope I get that right, ma'am. Regional chief for the Assembly of First Nations, BC. The narrative was that they were lying. The investigation report was released by Gary Kerr, retired, that name's familiar, a retired RCMP officer from Kamloops, who filed complaints with the commission in 2016. Waiting years. Kerr said he went to the commission after waiting years, the RCMP, to investigate its own officers after he relayed information on behalf of a junior officer. He alleged via junior officer that some officers in Prince George were sexually interfering with girls on the streets in the 1990s and early 2000s. I would say, again, there's boys, but again, you can't have that. So there was possible evidence of some videotapes that were stolen by an officer who may or may not have been involved. Well, it's possession of porn, and if they're girls, then that's child porn. Kerr said the first report came in 2011, RCMP officers in BC, and waited years for an outcome. It's been a long haul, he told APTN News. They did absolutely everything to suppress me. Good RCMP officer, speaking up. The report, guaranteed there was an investigation into him. The report, which Kerr received in March 2022, and he would know that, RCMP did investigate the allegations against the officers in Prince George in 2005 and found no evidence of criminal behavior. Complaints Commission condemns RCMP for lack of investigation, Mounties abuse First Nations girls. The report also said that the break led to the loss of tapes that was a civil matter. Between once married RCMP officers. The missing videotapes, that's a surprise, that allegedly showed officers sexually harassing 13 and 14-year-old girls to, among other things, show their breasts on camera, were not recovered. Foul. The issue here is systemic racism and pedophilia. It's pedophilia. Stuart Phillip, Union BC Chiefs. The issue is neo-colonial culture inherent within the RCMP. Phillip said he was disgusted by what commission found internally. He said to be purged of leadership within the force, beginning with RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki, who approved the report before it went to Kerr. She should resign, Phillip said in the telephone interview. Is absolutely astonishing that characterizes policing in Canada. Not really, sadly. It's a national disgrace, national inquiry. Marion Bueller, former commissioner of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Would anybody like to do something about the boys? Said it was upsetting to see a complaint from a white man confirm what white nations, families, victims have been alleging for years. Absolutely. Even if officers weren't charged with abusing girls, at the same time, they're supposed to be policing perpetrators. Kind of like maybe something like the sit rep report in Nova Scotia. The circumstances are that it took very courageous police officer to come forward and press the issue why there weren't allegations taken seriously. Bueller said in an interview, the police officers involved in this particular series of events in Prince George acted as though they were above the law they had sworn to uphold. Wasn't Brenda Lucki did not abide by the law earlier? You see, there's something going on here. Law for thee, not for law for me, not for thee. Law for thee, not for me. Bueller, a member of, okay, whoops, yeah, sorry. I'll get corrected on that. A former judge in BC said a message to Indigenous victims not to come forward. Why bother? You won't be believed. This happens far too often in certain cases. Heard testimony, Bueller said that she and 3 other inquiry commissioners, it's not an inquiry, it's just going to be a commission, heard hours of testimony about police harassment and girls, women in the sex trade. The whole RCMP Civilian Complaints Commission report, it shows, amongst other things, the possibility of obstructing justice, criminal, sexual assault, criminal, that could have been and should have been investigated years ago. Teague, who is from Prince George and holds the justice portfolio for AFN, joined Bueller, Philip Sayre, praising Kerr for filing the complaint against the force. I commend Staff Sergeant Gary Kerr for his courage and strong sense of integrity for coming forward. He's a good white man. He's a good cop. Good cop. That's what he is. Colors don't matter. You a good fucking cop? You got the parts? I don't care. Good cop? Teague agreed more disclosures like this are needed. Justice Council were very happy that officer came forward. Sayers, I guess the name maybe got left out. Gary Kerr, let's give him credit. Staff Sergeant Gary Kerr came forward. Added Sayers, noting BC's First Nations Justice Council has been trying for years to review and reform police activity. The council, representing 12 Indigenous justice centers across BC, including one in Prince George, that one of our priorities, because we knew the amount of police incidents was growing with each Indigenous Justice Center. We're establishing police accountability units so we can pursue these types of matters on behalf of Indigenous people. Oh, that link didn't work. Which link was that? Is that this? No. No. I don't like when they delete things. Changing history. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Get something. Too bad. Whatever that was, been memory hold. Well, it's another piece. Another piece to the Jenga. Okay, let's go through a few of these comments, and then I'm going to bid adieu. No, I'm not relating boys to SIDREP. No. Boys is just something that's not spoken about, but it is a really dirty secret that nobody wants to talk about. It's quite severe. Shear's official driver, nephew, well-known ISI spy master, RCMP shrugged off CISA's security advisories related to his staffing choices. Where was Lucki bringing justice for Peaky Palace victims? Her whole term is a fucking messy failure. Well, you know, even though it sounds strange, I know it would sound strange, but the 150 when she's not leading the 150, that is like has to be one of the biggest kick in the pants. That's really really degrading. All she has done successfully, okay, the boys is meeting in HDiv with and Lucki. Prince Philip are dead. Finally released the files related to 11 native boys and girls they took RCFA Challenger. Well, I will say again, there's something I'm been looking into. So you can understand, I guess by now, when I look into things, I look into things. And there's something I've been doing for the last 20 years or so. So that could give you a scope of what I look at. And I was looking at something the other day, and I found out that I was looking to get a case, and I was told that they did not have that case. This was I need to be careful about what I say. It was a case, and that to get a hold of this case, it would be over. It's probably going to be sealed for over 100 years. And I was like, this is not what looks like on the surface a very big case, but that I would need to apply with certain organizations to get it released. And of course they probably won't, but boys seem to be a more hot commodity than girls these days. Boys are it's a thing that they don't want to talk about anywhere. Just have a look around in wherever you live. See if there's any kind of support services for boys or men of sexual stuff. The answer to that will be none. And there's a reason for that. They like them both. They do. Pedophiles are pedophiles. It's funny that Lucky's statement is shorter than the RCMP statement. Looks funny that the RCMP statement is shorter on the RCMP. Sorry, Lucky's statement is shorter on the RCMP website. Oh, Nancy. They see a lot of people as cattle. Well, I'll leave a lot of this for another day. 13-year-old girl does not count till it hits CBC. $25 million NDA for reasons. At the NDA here. You saw I don't know if you got, those of you who follow me on the tweeters, the chief medical officer for the interior of BC during the rollout stuff. There's two articles. A former top doctor at BC Interior Health, the former top doctor, the former BC Interior Health and Alberta Health Services, North Zone, will be sentenced in June for molesting a child. They always want to be vague. In Grand Prairie, Alberta, the courts in Grand Prairie, Alberta have scheduled 2.5 days, June 12th and 13th, for the sentencing of Dr. Albert Stephanus de Villiers for the charges of sexual assault and sexual interference, of which he was found guilty last week. This is just 2 days ago, I think. The first day will go over the sentencing submissions. The second day will be for Alberta Court of King's Bench Justice Shania Leonard to decide penalty for Delivier. At the time of the crimes were committed between June 15th, 2018 and July 31st, 2020. He was the medical officer of health for Alberta Health Services, living in Grand Prairie. He moved to Kelowna, where he was the top doctor for the Interior Health. A year later, when he was arrested for the aforementioned charges. Over the course of the 3-day trial, Justice Leonard heard evidence, bless you, from the boy who de Villiers assaulted, his parents, a police officer, and de Villiers himself. The boy said that he and his siblings spent the night at de Villiers' home together a couple of times, and he stayed there alone 4 or 5 times. Video testimony recorded 2021, the allegations made to police. The boy said that on more than one occasion, On his solo sleepover, he was shown nudity on a tablet. He said that he had been asked to touch de Villiers sexually, and he was also touched sexually. While de Villiers moved away from the town where the boy's family lived, ending the sleepovers, they maintained weekly contact through video calls. One or more occasions, de Villiers crossed the line. That's a key line. Crossed the line. And shortly thereafter, the boy told his mother about the assault. The boy's father testified about when he found out about what had been happening, May 2021, he immediately reported it. Okay, so what's happening in this time frame? Top doctor. He immediately reported it, what he heard, to the RCMP and cut off contact with de Villiers, who had moved to Okanagan, where he worked for Interior Health as the top doctor. De Villiers is still in Kelowna and surrendered his passport and is not permitted to have one until he is sentenced. De Villiers is facing separate child sex charges for allegations said to have occurred between January 2017 and December 2019. He is scheduled to face trial on those charges in August. Includes a list of support services. Yes, there'll be a boys' clinic, guaranteed. Not on that list. That's actually a pretty tame article. Let's try this one. Former top doctor, BC Interior Health, Alberta's own, found guilty Tuesday sexually molesting a child whose family had befriended him years earlier in Grand Prairie. Alberta Court King's Bench Leonard convicted Stephanus de Villiers on charges of sexual assault, sexual interference, Northern Alberta City. At that time, the crimes were committed. He was medical officer for AHS, going over the evidence relating to the events that took place near Grand Prairie, June 15th, 2018 and July 31st, 2020. Leonard said that the child, and his parents were credible in their respective accounts of what had transpired. This is particularly the case when the child, now 11, who was once close with de Villiers, that he referred to as uncle. I find that the complainant's evidence both to be credible and reliable. She accepted the boy's recollection of watching pornographic material with de Villiers during 4 to 7 sleepovers at the doctor's home, that he saw fluids on de Villiers when they shared a bed together. Those sleepovers, that he had touched de Villiers' parts and that he himself had been touched. His testimony, she said, was conscientious and careful, and that she derived a conclusion from the evidence as a whole. The boy consistently described key details of sexual events, despite not always having the vocabulary to explain them, particularly parts of the female and male anatomy. Throughout this part of the sentencing, which was webcast, de Villiers could be seen shaking his head back and forth, seemingly in a denial of what was being said. De Villiers, however, was less credible witness throughout the day of the 3-day trial. The accused defense consists of bare denial. He denies having shown the complainant pornographic videos, touching the complainant, sexually and inviting the complainant to touch him sexually. I recognize truly an innocent person may not be able to do anything other than offer bare denial for the allegation that he is facing did not happen. Considering that credibility and reliability, however, is where he fell short, Leonard took issue with confused explanations about some events, particularly a voicemail message de Villiers left after the boy's parents learned of the assault and cut off contact with the doctor. In that message, de Villiers apologized for something he said that he had never happened before. Said that it would never happen again, and that he felt bad about whatever occurred. He testified in court that the omission when the call was related to overstepping parental boundaries. The family of the boy, however, believed it was an admission of guilt relating to sexual assault. The latter is where Leonard saw merit. I find that the text of the voicemail is very clear. The accused is apologizing for something specific that had occurred, and that the accused knew what he was apologizing for. The idea that he was apologizing for overstepping, she said, was inconsistent with the explanation that he gave the police officer. In that case, de Villiers also said he couldn't remember what he had said. I do not believe that the accused could not remember what he had said in the voicemail. I accept that the accused was either attempting to mislead the police, or that he had not settled on a story that would explain the voicemail. She pointed to another issue in the police testimony where interviewed de Villiers asked if he had, I can't repeat it exactly, but I'll try and work something out because I know people listen. She also pointed to another issue in the police testimony. When interviewed by police, de Villiers was asked if he had licked parts of the boy, certain part, and he replied, "Define lick." In the trial, he indicated that he was shocked by the accusation and was trying to figure out what was meant. There's nothing wrong with the question that could have caused confusion, Leonard said. The question did not require the accused to consider whether he had used a licking motion on the complainant's part, the little boy, but rather whether he had forced himself in any way onto the little boy's part. Overall, she said, the Crown proved its case against de Villiers without a shadow of a doubt. Over the course of the 3-day trial, Leonard heard from evidence of the boy, his parents, a police officer, de Villiers. Boy, he said he and his siblings spent the night at de Villiers' home a couple of times, and he had stayed there alone 4 or 5 times. Video testimony recorded 2021. The allegations were made to police. The boy said that on more than one occasion, on solo sleepover, he was shown nudity on a tablet, and that he had been asked to touch de Villiers, and that he had also been touched. De Villiers moved away from the town where the boy family lived, but they maintained contact through video calls. During one of these calls, the boy testified de Villiers once asked him if his part, the boy's part, had gotten bigger. The boy's father testified that when he found out what had been happening in May 2021, he immediately reported it to the RCMP and cut off contact with Dr. de Villiers. No. The answer to that would be, I would think, a no. Right? He's now also looking at something else, apparently. Who had since moved to Okanagan, where he was the top doctor during the whole stuff that was going on. Remember? De Villiers was still in Kelowna, surrendered his passport. And you can actually, I don't know if the link, it's in my Twitter line, I think, that has the full video or the phone call. This stuff is the stuff they don't want people to know. Okay? Because you don't really hear about it, right? But I can assure you, it happens a lot. Hello. Anyway, not to go off course, but I expect you may see some more of this in the future start to come forward. And, you know, it just does awful things to boys. Okay, so do take care. Good to see everybody again. Thank you for those of you who stayed. 4 hours. You know, kind of not too different. Excessive amount in Colchester. Yes. Yeah, down in the Maritimes, you know, there was a person I spoke to, used to speak to at the beginning of all this. Very helpful in a lot of ways, and I did see them pop in once in the last while, sometime. And, he had some very interesting stories to tell, and he had to leave. He had to leave down there because it was just, he brought it up and it became a very big problem. He was the pariah, right? So, okay. So great to see you all. Becca, oh dear, Linda, hope you feel better. I think Nancy may or may not be here. Not sure. Robert, NS44, good. Lots of views, okay. Todd, thank you for sharing the video. I bid you all adieu. Things are still unfolding. Many things still yet to come. And I will be starting, I believe. I have to be many things I'm thinking about right now, but I will move over to that Rumbles, I think, at some point. I'll maybe do both, but we'll see. All right. Take care. God bless you all. God bless the 24.